But there was one of, I don't know how to get into this thing without getting too deep, but there was one of the sheriff deputies that took the training program, cost $2,400. And so I'm curious to know what those trainings consist of that cost that kind of money. We should have some sort of an explanation. I guess the real one here is, me at least, the jail maintenance in detention painting for $119,000. Now I'm sitting there thinking, we have a maintenance department. Surely some of those folks are capable of painting. $119,000 sounds like a lot. Somebody needs to explain that stuff to me. Maybe nobody else is into that, but I am. I look at this stuff and I'm curious to know why you see some of these numbers, but nobody's around to say, hey, here's the reason for that. So how do we handle that situation? I don't know. You just say, well, we're not paying unless you explain. Can't already do that. That's not fair to the vendors. But I think it's time for some of our department heads to take responsibility on some of this stuff. We're the ones ultimately that say, yeah, it's okay. And nobody's here to answer the questions. So I don't know. It's just mind-boggling that some of this stuff is going on and has went on for years. It's time to get a hold of it. My mind, you're looking at, I believe, downturn in revenues. This kind of stuff just can't continue to go on. So that's my speech.
So do you know how many credit cards? Did you all issue them there in the clerk's office, or who issued the cards?
Yes, we issued them from our office. I believe there's 17.
That's all you put out, 17 cards.
One for each department.
So my second question is, so Doug Blake's here might be able to tell us where they painted, you know, Blake.
Yeah, they redid all.
Don't stand up yet. So
Blake Green Hall maintenance, they redid all of BPOD. And that was something that the jail did, and never, it was their project that they came up with their, it wasn't the maintenance was not involved. And they stripped that all the way. It came in and sandblasted that all the way back down to the original structure, and then they reprimed it, and the whole thing. And that still took Ben and them, and that was almost 6-7 weeks that it took to do that. I don't know, the painting crew had 7 people and the sandblasting crew had 4 people, so what is that? 9,000 hours, man hours of labor, where that's way out of them. That would take our whole entire department 2 months to do. And you wouldn't be able to go do anything else for all of the other people that have a disaster every day. And we were not involved in it. It was something that the jail and the sheriff did on their own.
thanks.
Good. Anything else?
How's Andre?
Doing better. He's walking. He says Lake feels a lot better.
Thanks.
He was gonna try to come over, but it was in hard for him to stay here all day. He's like,
So Commissioner Stevens. I, along with others on the board, do go through accounts payable, yes. And one of the issues that come in is at this point in time, the work has already been done and the items have typically been purchased or procured. And they have made a commitment to pay. I've notated the questions that you have that are open questions. In that regard, are there items on accounts payable that you don't want to pay? Any further information on that ultimately?
But I think the payments need to be paid. I'm just questioning the fact that the detention center, and we have a maintenance department who's here to take care of part of that. Surely they know how to, I mean, heck, I can take a paintbrush and paint something.
So I don't see a representative from the SO here, so at the next meeting, I'd ask that Sheriff's Department be put on the agenda for explanation of that meeting. That is happening.
Yeah, that's fine. All I'm asking for is some explanation. Why like in the radios, for instance, they're all Harris radios, according to what I've seen here. Why the big difference? I'm sure there must be some special item in the radio. I don't know, but it would help.
I don't disagree with you.
Certainly, I don't know. So,
Please.
okay. So, you know, I'm curious to see if it was in the budget, probably was, but something we didn't think it was. Yeah. And then, you know, whether we are taking bids on this big project, on any dollars, you know. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and insert that on the agenda as far as questions if we can. In addition, we'd like to have the departments that purchase the radios come forward at the next meeting, so we can fully comprehend what transpired there. In that acceptable?
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. Great. So with that, being said, be placed on the next agenda, we'll go back to accounts payable total of $1,340,852.84. Are there any other further discussion on this?
The accounts payable and then $1,340,850.84.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Right.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next, Billy Pink, please.
Morning. Yes, got an activity list. It is starting to get got pretty much all roads open and needed open. We're about a month ahead of time, but we're about now, still wanting to get that slush and what snow is on them off, so they can dry it out. Finishing up a little bit, the gun club had a lot of mud issues, a lot of drainage issues, so we just kind of cleaned up some stuff out there, brought in a little material, make it where they're gonna walking in the mud and stuff. We'll probably be down out there and doing some more thing approach. Last year, we'll put that pipeline in, we kind of messed up the drive that goes in there, so finishing that up today. Should be out of there. Start putting in. Gotta replace all the cattle guards out there on dry piney, they're just wore out, so we're trying to get that done before it gets over busy. I've got a drainage issue at the golf course, so we're trying to get that done. That's kind of where the bridge is up to right now, still with this wind, where there is snow on ramp, horse creek. It's, still blows in, still have a wave and truck up there on Saturday. Other than that, do you guys have any questions on my activities? Okay, I got a call with the Forest Service, about the Large Creek. And I don't know if a lot of you guys remember here a few years ago, there's always been that last mile of road, from where ours, from the county's easement to the Forest Service, there's a mile of road. we never could get that agreement with Eccles and Bob Harrower signed. So, that part of the road's really bad. Well, the Forest Service contacted me and they're gonna do timber sale and stuff up there, so they're trying to get. Right now, Eccles owns half of the road, Bob Harrower owns the other half. We never could get that agreement done. Talked to Bob Harrower yesterday. The Forest Service guy's been on me, so I sent him to Bob. It's kind of up to them, you know. Bob's good with their agreement. Nobody can get a hold of Eccles, so the Forest Service, I left it in their part to try to work a deal out with Eccles. But I guess my question is, Bob would rather the county have the easement through there than the Forest Service. That part of the road needs a lot of work. I've been talking with the Forest Service. They said they would pull me up a little bit. That's because it's pretty much undrivable. It's like side by side over. So, because I have for us to rebuild that part of that mile of road, I have to haul everything pretty much. And I started building a pit that's close. There's a pit right down there off of the Barge Creek that Keith Hughes owns, but he's pretty much took all the material out of that for the power plant down in Kimmer. So I'd have to haul all that out of Dry Pine. So, it costs quite a bit to rebuild that part of the road. So the Forest Service said that, I said, I have no problem doing a lot of the work. But I do know there's some gravel pits on the Barge Creek. I said, so
How do you do it?
it'd be my recommendation to the commissioners that if we're gonna, even if you guys even want the easement, unless you just want the Forest Service to try to obtain it, but I think the landowners are gonna want the county to have it.
Yeah.
Rather than have it in the Forest Service. So my thing is my recommendation is, the only way we can take the easement is if they supply the gravel, because there is gravel pits up there that would say, couple $100,000 in trucking. So anyway, but I don't know if you guys even want to mess with it. So I told him I would ask today. And then I can move forward.
Mr. Chairman. So Billy, can't do anything till the Eccles gives in.
Yeah, because that goes, the way that easement is, it's like they both own half the road.
Right.
Bob's good. Bob, I talked to him yesterday. Like you said, he'd rather the county have the easement. Back in the day, we thought it was all gonna go. And we built the fence, so it's been fenced that extra mile because we jumped the gun on that. But, that last mile of road is bad shape.
But there's not much we can do though.
There's nothing we can do till, Bob said he would sign to the county. He don't know if he'll sign for the Forest Service. He likes the idea of the logging and stuff, but he said he's up and, they'd have to really talk to him to get it done. He'd sign with us right now, but the last time we had problems with that, it's really hard to get in touch with them people. We gotta go through like all these attorneys and stuff and, so honestly leaving that up to the Forest Service, but I know if they do, I guess my question is if you guys even want the easement, or if you want me to say no to Forest Service, it's on you guys.
Personally, I'd like to see that easement pursued. Sounds like quite a change. In years past, sounds like Bob, a non-agreeer also. So we probably are all right. That road is a mess. I'd like to see something happen there if we can.
I have no problem doing anything. Like I said, I would like the Forest Service to pull me up the gravel, because there is something there. And that's basically just, there's no road. It's just big holes and everything. So it's just gonna take a lot of native pit road, to get it and get some drainage and stuff. And they have pits up there and I've been in contact with them, and they say they'll, they're good with that. We'll see.
Can you bring an estimated cost of that place?
Oh, like I said, the gravel was up there, I mean, to get it up to, where you can use them with the vehicle, if they supply the gravel, probably, around 125,000. That's what I just estimated but other, I mean, having over 200,000 just because it's such, it's a long ways, it's be like 34 miles one way.
That's all. I don't want that to be too, I don't want it to be the whole. I want that.
So Billy, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, so Billy, this is all, you would do yourself, you're gonna have to hire help.
Well, I would have to, because it'd take, if we have to haul it out of our pit, down there, I drive by the heroin pit, I'd have to hire trucks, because it just it takes us 3 years to get the gravel up there. But like I said, my opinion, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even do it unless the Forest Service let us use one of them pits, one of them old gravel pits up there.
So maybe they crush the gravel.
Well, it's just native. I mean, just to get, you won't have to do nothing. It's nice stuff. I mean, then then I wouldn't hire nobody. We could just do it. The big thing would be just tying in that mile, hauling it all the way from,
So without Eccles signing off, there's no way to do it.
there's no way to do it. So that Forest Service is trying to work it. I mean, they're even talking domain, and I wasn't really for that. But I guess they gotta do what they gotta do, but I told Forest Service, I'd see if you guys were even, okay with, then if all this comes through, then we get the easement in the county.
I haven't been down there for a long while, that road goes kind of along Lamar Street.
Yeah. Yeah, and then where the county stops, there's that mile to the Forest Service. And then it's like almost undrivable. I mean, they can't take horse trailers or campers or anything past our spot, where we stop anymore. It's that bad. Big drains and,
I mean, it's a huge safety concern.
oh yeah,
If from fire, you access it, I mean, it is a wreck.
but they're, and I kind of think the Forest Service, because there's no way, I mean, we didn't get that far in the conversation, but there's no way you're gonna get log trucks up there, so they're gonna have to do some work on the road to even get log trucks on it, so they're gonna have to do something, so.
Chairman. So, just so everybody knows, I'm not at all against it. Steve Hoffman would probably give everyone else a hug, if we did this. But the last time we took over a road, someone got roasted, okay? So, I mean, I think we'll have to put a little thought into this and maybe table it for a couple of meetings or what's.
It'll at least take, I mean, it's gonna take a while. To get
Oh, I know.
back on that. He was just wanting to know if, cause like Bob's whole kind of tough with letting the Forest Service have the easement. He'd rather just sign it over to us. So I guess we're just trying to figure out what angle we need to try to work forward to.
Yeah, I wonder, Chairman, so if the Forest Service was to get that easement, ultimately, would the county have a total easement, or is it still gonna be a shared deal?
That if Eccles and Harrower sign it over to the county, it would be our easement too, and then, we'd have it would tie in off of our other easement to the force.
Okay, so explain Eccles. Objection again for moving. Signed off.
They, back in the day when we first started doing this, there was some, they went up, the Forest Service had done some, no motorized vehicles and stuff, and, kind of blocked some of the areas they used to like drive on and stuff up there. And so it was kind of a, they were kind of feuding with the Forest Service terror vehicles. And so that we never could get, that was hung with Bob. They were like, yeah, unless Forest Service, back in the day, Bob would sign it over, Nettles would sign it over to the county as long as we wouldn't let the Forest Service use it. Well, we couldn't do that. So it just kept going back and forth like that. And then Eccles has said, I ain't signing any, I'm done. So, and then Bob was like, no, I'm done. So it's just been a lot of years now. And Bob's like, he says, I think the county should have that extra, that last mile. He's still not crazy about the Forest Service, but he likes the idea of them going up there and logging and doing that stuff. And he really said to me, he wants the public to be able to, get up there, and that part of the road is so bad that, it's kind of impassable unless you side by side. But, so he's I think everybody's kind of calmed down. It's just really hard to get a hold of animals. You gotta call his attorney, and you never talk to Eccles' family. You gotta go through all their people. But the Forest Service, I guess what they were wanting to know is that what their next step is, that the county will be willing to take the easement. They'll try to get Eccles and them to come to us and sign. And then, but we'll be stuck with the maintenance on the road, once it's ours.
Back to visit, when's the proposed time to revisit this building?
It's gonna take, it'll take the Forest Service, I think, quite, probably a few weeks, a month, probably hear from Eccles. That's normally the time frame there.
Basically,
I can just keep you up, informed, and we can make that decision as we.
sounds good, thank you.
Okay. Other than that, Eric's got some updates and stuff. I was just curious, we're doing everything, the bike path thing's gonna come up, so I just want, you guys want us to work on, I did the temporary fixes, I don't know how long they'll last. I don't know if you want us to put numbers together and try to, fit it in with our chip seal stuff, because I was planning on using the gas tax for some of that money to use the chip sealing and that, and maybe we can put that in with that, and just was gonna get some, what you guys think.
I'm taking some real good pictures of gravel plank paths around the state to show you
Yeah.
these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some really nice rotomill ones and stuff, like that one we did, that we tore out and did, they turn out not bad. I'll give it again.
So is it still in the cards that we fix them up and then give them to the town? Is that-
Yes. And Clayton can probably talk about that a little bit. I know you got all the agreements. It's just, we just gotta get them up to par, right?
Mr. Chairman, Billy, as I recall, I think these guys looked at it last fall and said we don't want to spend the money, it was like $1 million.
Yeah,
I think that was what it was, it's about $1 million to bring all that stuff up, if I'm remembering correctly.
and that was a couple years ago, so it's probably, Mike, it's probably a little more than that.
We can look at it again, but it's all part.
But once we get them up, then the town will take theirs, Marlton will take theirs, Big Pine, and then we're done with just the ones that are county. I said, if you want us to, I know budget's coming, I didn't know if you want us to try to put numbers together. Because there is some, the stuff I did, done, you know, it'll last a little while, but I know we're gonna have the same planes.
I think last year we spoke about continuing moving forward on it. Made that representation to a number of people, so be prudent to get some costs and say, okay, have it. Move forward from there,
Okay,
or not.
good deal. I'll let Eric. Talk about it.
Just got some, project updates, start South Pine Bridge, get the we started pulling out the old fence, so they're probably remove the old bridge, get the piles out, so they can start excavating and start installing that box culvert. Hopefully the road's only closed for a couple of weeks, but picked a good week to start, so we should get done before they want to turn the water on, so. Up to a good start on that, 2 days in, but no problems yet. And then I sent you guys the quick design that I've done on Reardon Draw so far. So I'm still working on that one. I finally got back to the supplier. The way I designed it was to match the cover that we had, so we had to go with the thicker plates. And since that structure is so big, just delivered, it was $200,000 for that structure. But if we go to the thinner plates and put 3.5 feet of cover over it, the structure down to 159,000. So that's the design we're going with, to import more truck space and ramp the road over that box culvert. So I'll get those plans ready. We probably won't, we'll bid it and then have construction after November. So this year, then when the water's off, we'll replace that ultimately.
I see you've got a design for like a 6'11" clearance underneath.
Mhm.
Is that gonna be enough to get in there and clean the silt and stuff out?
I just tried to match what the excavation that we did for what how they cut it out to where it is now. If we go bigger, those costs are gonna go up. So that's kind of what I did, was match what's there. It's because it's so flat that it will silt in. But maybe a back truck can clean it out a little bit easier. You can get the center and you can work in it. But yeah, that's kind of,
So the gravel plate or floor you got under it, that's what's required. You couldn't pour cement floor under that or just that cost.
that would be more expensive. These pre-made plates that they come with, is usually it's the cheapest option that they have. You can do footers where it's empty in between, and then you can cut in between, but then if there ever is scoured and undercuts those foundations, then you gotta fix that. So that's kind of why we usually do the full bottom. Okay, and then the other thing is, when I get Reardon done, I'll start design on the Caliber project. So I just wanted to make sure that we still wanted to go ahead with that. Before we were looking at was the industrial site, Pinedale South, Half Moon, and White Pine. So those were the 4 we were looking at getting done this year.
Before you talk much about doing these in-house. Maybe
We had mentioned that I could look into what it would cost to it'd be a separate project to have Adams or somebody precast them and then have them on supply, but same time, when the county goes to do it, they'd have to rent a crane and schedule them, but I can certainly get prices on what it would cost for Adams to precast them and then get with Billy to see what the feasibility is on.
personally, I think it's worth looking at after this last debacle out here and the cost of those things. I'd like to see what it costs in-house for precast.
Yeah, every year, the last 2 years, they've all been about 350,000. So this round, probably around that 400,000 because they're a little bigger. For the Half Moon and White Pine, we're gonna have to put detours in because there's no way around on those, so that's kind of where we're looking at on those. But I can put numbers together to see what, just getting those foundations forward and delivered would cost and come back with you on that. Okay,
Mr. Chairman. So where's the one at White Pine?
just before White Pine, it's on the main
On top of
road.
that hill?
Yeah, yeah.
So is that even necessary? I mean, where they're not keeping cattle up there anymore?
I know when we did the project, we asked the Forest Service to pull a couple of those and they said you had to keep them. So, but then that was a federal project at that.
So I think we need to double check on that because that's absolutely doing nothing. You know? I mean, there's no fences, there's nothing out there that,
Yeah.
I mean, cattle guards doing no good because they can go around if there was something up there. So, I mean.
Yeah, I can certainly reach out to them
Well, I-
since it's a
always
county
wondered
road
why
now.
that- See, there, maybe 50 years ago, they grazed up there or something, but I think that was very unnecessary.
I know when we did the bottom, the first portion of Skyline, thought the fire had gone through and the fences were burned down and they made us put it in anyway, and then they put the fences back.
But there's cattle in below there for the
Yeah.
bed. It's a different deal. So I don't know. I've always wondered why the cattle guard's even there.
This is county road, I can certainly reach out to them and see what they say.
Well, I think probably on that.
Okay. That's pretty much all I have for you.
But I got one more. This may get out of control here, but your engineering estimate, your estimate on this rear draw road is 385,000 or something. Doesn't have any engineering estimate in it, which I can understand why you don't send your engineering estimate out to bid. Because I think those estimates, what it's gonna cost for your guys' service, we ought to be seeing.
We typically put those, for those budget estimates, we include the 10% for engineering and then 10% for construction. So when we do the estimates that we give
We're gonna
building.
go through one here a little bit, but the fairgrounds are for the third time. And some of that scope's changed and changed, and who knows if the engineering's changed? I don't have any idea because we have no, in my mind, no baseline of where you guys would propose to be at.
Uh-huh.
I think there's a bit of an open checkbook here for you guys that I want to start seeing on these bids before they go out.
Sure.
In my mind.
Yeah, typically all we can do is, good rule of thumb is 10% for design and then 10% for during construction, and then we try and stay, we're typically under that, but that's usually the
It
ball.
just seems every bill that comes in, engineering fee for whatever the project might be, and it always, well, how much we paid on that, how much more we got to pay on that. I think we need more clear direction on you guys' costs and billing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dave, back on the, cattle guards, I did last year when I put that in, is that fixed. I reached out to the Forest Service and asked them, and they told me they're going to build that fence, and they're going to have.
So you worked on that cattle guard last year?
Well, yeah, because it keeps sinking,
Right.
it's traffic, hits it. So we raised it, keep putting shims on it, and raised it. But I'm just like you, I'm like, there's no fence. So I reached out to them because I was gonna pull it. And they said, no, they're gonna have cows up there. They said, we got a fence back. So
I haven't seen cows up there for.
I know, me either.
Well, I appreciate you just run it by them again.
Yeah,
I mean, because I think actually, talk about wasting some money here real quick.
yeah. So Rim Road, got everything we asked for, the 100-foot easement, the extra for turnarounds and the extra areas to put snow catchers. But Clayton wants to hold it because he's got some questions that he wants to see if we can work it out. So I was gonna have guys sign up stuff, but we're gonna hold off. So. Other than that, waste management, it's it's good. Starting to pick up, getting busy. The building's pretty much done, turned out really nice. We did a lot of extra. I know Blake's spent tons of time with the fire system in there. But then all the construction is almost done, pretty much. The way we did the building, it's like a building inside a building, and then sprinklers were in the roof and all that. We kind of changed that design a little bit where you could store stuff on top. We did away with that. We made it sloped. And we put tin on it and that, so if we ever have sprinklers go off again, it won't ruin the break room and the offices and the bathrooms and all that. Turned out really nice. Spent the fire working good. So we're good there. Golf course. Been trying to go on heading out there since the ice is finally starting to melt off. We're out there doing stuff to the fairways, area, dragging, picking up, on debris. Doing, like I said, probably later this week, first part of next week. I got a number 8. I got to put some drains in. So we'll get out there and get that done. Just trying to get everything going so we can be open by the 15th.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. Golf course. So Billy, I got a couple of letters here. Do you know about these? Homeowners and from the golf course?
Oh, yeah. About dogs and stuff.
I didn't know anything about it till I got contacted, last people that, and it's kind of surprised. If I'd have knew they were going out, I'd have been a little more prepared.
We send letters out every year, just, since we've been there, just because every year we have, issues. We have stuff that arise. The big thing is when they'll just come out and start playing from whatever hole. And so we just send out reminders that they gotta, let us know, because that course is so busy now that, they gotta let us know they can't just jump in on a hole without us knowing, because we got, they tee off every 12 minutes, so we started having a lot of complaints about that. So we just send out a letter to all the homeowners, just let them know, remember to call us, and we make sure we have our emails and stuff like that. And then last year we had numerous dog, we had the big deal with, the guy getting bit, stuff like that. And that was an ordeal. And gonna be, Clayton can, so we just, tell people to really watch their dogs, and that it's just kind of a letter to just remind them that, what we expect, so we don't have issues.
I have no objection to what the letter, what's in it. It has nothing to do with it. Maybe if you'll just tell us next year when you do, because.
Oh, okay, so, yeah.
It's kind of like anonymous. There's no signatures on there, whether we sent it out or you sent it out or.
Well, the one we sent out had, we put, we sent it out to them, and we had our, logo and everything on it.
So this one doesn't.
Oh, I think that was probably they must have just printed that off the email or something, because some of them, we didn't have mailing addresses. We just had their email.
Okay, but like I say, I appreciate if, just kind of let us know that, you're gonna do that, because, like I say, I don't know, who my neighbor is, so.
Oh, yeah,
He jumped out of straddle that, so.
yeah,
Thanks.
you bet.
On that, Billy, in addition, they came back with a appropriate rebuttal letter on certain items.
Yeah.
And I would think that we should address them and come up with some options that are available. As having people come and walk through your yard might be hard for some people. And to have people urinating in front of your house with children is not acceptable.
Right.
So we may need to come up with some different options that we can utilize.
Well, anytime, that we hear that or see that, we basically, make them leave the course, it's like retrieving their balls. I mean, the ones that have fences, a lot of them don't have fences and stuff. I mean, if they call us and stuff, we'll address it the best we can. A lot of them, like I read that letter too, a lot of them, the balls in their houses and that, it's kind of up to them to put nets up and stuff. I mean, a lot of it is, we can do what we can, but, they got to also let us know. Some of that's the first time I've ever heard that. We got porta pots out there, we got bathrooms out there. They just got to communicate with us and we'll help them as much as we can.
Great. Thanks, let's break that up, and I'm sure it's a problem faced nationwide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Please, Shad Cooper. And oh, sorry, super Shad. We need, Paragon stage, thank you, sir. Liberty and David.
Thank you.
Okay, well, this is kind of the breakdown that I sent out here last week to you. I hopefully you received that and went through it. I guess first of all, apologize for any misunderstanding during the last few weeks as to what this total project's going to cost. In the future, I'll make every effort to include this kind of as a breakdown. When we're dealing with bids and contracts, it's dealing specifically with the work being done. But Mr. Bradley, if you're loud and clear on these projects, we'll make sure that show at the front end what we're estimating as far as what, design costs are and construction admin is, just so everybody understands the bottom line, what is this cost the county. So apologize for the, successive weeks of having to deal with this. I did break it out, so we all understand what this is gonna cost. I did have it kind of broke down like that. It was, I guess, a little bit more messy because we had full project costs as far as option A plus the base bid was just the base bid on. So that's where we're at. I guess carrying that further, the shade contract, I reached out to Tension, letting them know our situation that this meeting was going to be happening Tuesday. And they agreed to stick with the same quote that we've had since January. So there's no adjustments to the one that we had previously from January. So the numbers all still, are indicated on this tab sheet. And I understand, this, what I indicated there was what we had into design engineering, which has been invoiced and paid for up through the end of last month. And what we would have for a budget working with as far as construction goes to the closeout.
That 86,000 has been paid already.
Yes. In the project. I do have a signed agreement back from Teletractors for the $921,735. I did submit that agreement and the entire project manual to, Clayton's office for review. It did review and all looked good to them, so.
Questions?
I got one of them. So at one time we was talking about there might be extra support for that roof. It's brought up. Has that all been talked about and covered?
For the roof, the shade system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got money in Teletractor's account for having to, because we're basically, once we get the engineering back from the shade company, and they say this is what we're gonna need for the sports, we have got money in the contract set aside for that. 25,000 is part of the Teletractor's bid. May not need all of that. That's basically a set aside item to account for extra concrete work.
With the project, getting a phase one taken out of it or back. Your $85,000 engineering fee, that's adjusted down to the current project.
Yes.
At this point in time, we're looking for approval or denial of the additional $200,000 we've approved the last meeting. $721,735.
Mr. Chairman, I made the motion for Rich Lane, Sam looked at it like it fell out of the sky, but not including the rest of the costs. So I would throw them out there to approve this project of $1,126,182.
Motion? I'll second. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Nay. We get two on that, please. Motion passed.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, up next, Chad Cooper. Please.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. How are you? Good. I'll be brief just to try to get through the report. That's just my standard monthly report you guys have in front of you. Our budget's about in alignment with the percentage of year used with the percentage of budget expenditures. I will inform you that ML's done a great job of tracking down a couple of grants to help pay for the wildland fire shelters that we brought to your attention a few months ago. So we're in the process of purchasing those shelters as we speak. Last month, there were 16 calls total. You'll see the breakdown in each of the stations. No open fire investigations, no public education presentations presented in February. Our Firewise programs continuing to go strong. You can see all the activities that Josie's been working on. No smoke detector installations last month. Training's going strong. Our annual recruit academy is in full swing. They've been using the fire training facility basically every weekend. A lot of good activities and trainings going on down there. Been focusing on hazmat, first aid, CPR training. We did just finish, every 5 years, we're required to complete a structural assessment of the fire training facility to make sure that it's not, falling down around our ears basically, and that it's safe to conduct live fire training in there. So we just completed doing that 5-year inspection. Everything came back just fine. There's some minor maintenance issues, but no need for budget or anything to address it. Just some minor paint touch-ups and a couple of doors that weren't closing correctly and some minor issues there. And then beyond that, just regular cooperative service meetings and trying to coordinate with our local, state, and federal partners. And just the volunteer hours and the additional activities the firefighters do every month. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
I would ask a question, but I was confused with that earlier. Sheriff Leadership, I'll go back. Curious. Differential in the radios have been purchased in the last couple of trips. It's come out all over the country here. The search and rescue had 5 air radios, 2546. Fire had 4 of them that cost 4270. So I know that has to be a differential in that. But what's the difference in the two sets of radios?
Commissioner Bernard, I'm not prepared to speak to that right now. I don't have that invoice in front of me, and I can't answer from memory what the exact invoice was. I can tell you that there's a statewide, sort of looking for a state. Clayton, there's, what is it in here? There's Sheriff, what's the name of the contract that L3 Harris signed, specifying the lowest price available in the state of Wyoming for L3 Harris products?
Through our MCS,
Yeah,
through just a local vendor price.
Yeah.
Long or public service gets a discount, or the lowest price that they can guarantee.
yeah. And Sullivan County receives that benefit for emergency responders. And so they are the chosen vendor from the manufacturer, from L3 Harris, and the price that we receive is their published pricing for emergency radios. I can't tell you, what the sheriff's been purchasing for his radios and anything else. I can just tell you that, what we purchased, but like I said, if you'd like me to review the invoice, I certainly can pull that invoice and come back next time to speak to you. I just, if it's in mind out.
Thank you for that. We have this scheduled for next meeting, so we'll just continue this topic and move on to the next.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we have it already on the next agenda, Chad. We'll cover it at that point. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. Margie Sorensen, please.
Good morning, Mr. Lady. I come to ask for some help. We live in a community or subdivision out here on 351. We've got some issues out there with some people driving fast out there on us. Talked to Casey about it. He said they could come out and they could give a ticket, but then the county attorney would just throw it out. I need to find out what we've got to do, what we can maybe enforce some of the laws out there. Help us out there, because this gentleman's, he's a kid. Rides 50, 55 mile an hour down our road out there, and we've got families, got kids, stuff like that. So we're just asking for some help from the county, to find out what we can do, to get this taken care of. We pay our taxes just like everybody else does and stuff, and I think we should deserve the same benefit, I guess, as everybody else does in Sublette County. But we're looking for some help. If you guys can give us any.
Is this a private road?
Yes, sir.
Clayton,
Which road is it? Mr. Chairman, sir, what road? Are you on?
It's Chisler Road, Reservoir Road. Yeah. Just past the landfill and back off to the north.
351 or all?
Yes, sir.
351.
2.5 miles down.
Starts out
189
and flies into Chisholm and, Gilchrist Road.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'll have to look into potential enforcement issues and I can touch base with, sheriff later and we'll circle back. But yes, in the event that the question does come up whether or not you can enforce or not. Speed limits are only enforceable on public roads where there are speed studies that have been conducted. I can't speak to what this looks like. I don't know. I'd have to do some research and get back to you, but in all likelihood, if it is a private road and it is maintained as a private road, there is no ability for traffic enforcement on a private road.
Okay, so what do we have to do to get some kind of enforcement out there for this situation? I mean, we're stuck out there by ourselves. We don't get nothing from the county. It's a private road. I take care of the road most of the time. So I need, what can we do to get some help out there for the community and for our little community out there? There's quite a few folks out there living there and stuff. And things, we kind of like where we're doing, where we're living at and stuff, but, again, we get back to, the road stuff's not the issue, it's the being able to enforce the speed limit when we got a man that we've asked numerous times to slow down, to try to keep, from somebody getting hurt or a cow from getting hit or a horse from getting hit or something like that. But yet we can't get no help from our county or our sheriff's department. That's kind of ridiculous on my part, I think, anyway. That's what we pay taxes and stuff for this, to live here and stuff.
Mr. Chairman, sir, how about we have a conversation after we talk through it?
I'd love to.
Explain exactly what this all looks like and some of those steps that you need to do. Again, I'd have to do some research on the plots and figure out exactly what the status of the road is and everything else before I can fully answer those questions.
Sure, I'd love to have a discussion with you.
But I can piggyback on that for just a minute, please, Mark.
Yes, sir.
I live on private road also. It's not maintained by the county. And I recognize in order for the county to maintain it for me, I have to bring it up to county specifications as a class 1 road. Go through the expense of that, plus the appropriate easements right away on the sides of the road. And in order for me to do that, it would be up to the landowners to put that cost. All the landowners would have to give an easement to do that. And once that's brought up at that point in time, I could have that road plowed. I experienced the same thing as you do. I lost a dog here several weeks ago because the person's speeding through and they didn't even have the decency to stop.
Right.
So I recognize what you're going through. But if there were something that I could do in regards to my road, I can't, but I would share that with you, if that makes sense. I pay taxes just the same as you and everyone else on the road, and we're just kind of in one of those areas that there's no solution unless we purchased it that way, and it wasn't developed as a subdivision, that's what we have to accept.
Right.
And I'm not trying to be callous, Mark, you know
Well,
that.
I understand that, but I'm not worried about the road. I'm not here for the road stuff. I'm more worried about a young kid or something getting run over out there because some jackwagon can't, slow down and obey the laws and stuff like that. I don't want that to happen, period,
I used to dig holes in front of my yard there, so people would force it to slow down.
Right.
As that seems.
Mr. Chairman. So, and I understand, Marvin, we've talked about this,
Yes.
and I goofed you up last time, remember, on the meeting date. But, the sheriff's office will go on to private property and do things, and I'd like to know what the difference is, on your private road or going on a private residence to investigate something.
Right.
So there has to be some kind of coverage for safety, but I don't know, hopefully we can work something out for you.
Well, and that's when I'm asking these questions, because we're lost out there, and this has been going on quite a bit. The young man has since moved on, so it's not so bad right now. But there for about a year and a half, it was a problem. And I'm talking this kid's running 50, 55 mile an hour. It should be 20. And so we need some help. We're really, be more than happy to meet with the county commissioner and stuff, or county attorney, and see what we can do out there. And that's, we just need some help out there.
Can I say something?
Please.
The first mile of that road, BLM,
Excuse me, please, would you come to the mic, say your name and thank you.
from the highway down to the first mile,
Just your name, please.
Bill Hawker,
Thank you, Bill.
William Hawker. The first mile of it's BLM, is that considered private or public?
Federal roads can be made, so they're maintained under county regulations and maintenance.
I was more referring to being able to write a ticket and get it to stick,
That
a speeding ticket.
I was just taking, BLM road and get into the county.
Mr. Chairman, let me keep looking at this. That would actually depend on the easement and whether or not it's exclusive or not exclusive. I can see, I don't know. But I'm happy to have a conversation with you guys. Sure, talk to you.
Okay. Bill, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Sure. See, that's like the next one.
Greg Harmon.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. All right, so I just have a few updates here. I did receive an update from Andre regarding the proposal for the renovation of the file room from Jorgensen's. Jorgensen's came back, said it was at least gonna be 50,000. Including the data wiring that I had a proposal done for as well. That just came in at 10,000, so a file room at the attorney's office to renovate would be at least 60,000.
And in regards to the size of that room,
The size of the room, it's almost a lateral move from where we're at. I mean, the one thing that we do get out of that is we get room for me and my staff. But we're still limited on storage, we're still limited on a lab area, and that's something I'm already kind of discovering. In the office I'm currently at, I have one little desk in there, and that's all you can fit, that I can utilize to troubleshoot peripheral devices, re-image computers, things like that. I guess what that limits me to is I can only work on one thing at a time. But the lab area, I'm hoping that I can work on, we get a shipment of new computers, things like that. I can re-image 5, 6 of them at once, also working on some networking projects. I think that would speed up my abilities within the county to provide better service to the staff members within the county. I also wanted to follow up with you gentlemen regarding the modular trailer. The estimated cost is $82,282. I did add some skirting on it, and that brought it up a couple $1,000. Additional cost for that would be the hookups for power, water, sewer, and internet. I think those would be mitigated. The only one that I can see that would be a kind of an endeavor, I guess, would be the internet. While the fiber is right there, it will be a recurring revenue or a recurring fee, excuse me.
Mr. So on that, you'd have that 10,000 too, wouldn't you, put the stuff over there? You see any deal you have to the county attorney's office? That extra fee for the setup?
Yeah, so
Would it be on top of that price there you gave us on the trailer and stuff?
that would be on top of that price.
I mean, you added in one.
That's just the trailer. I haven't got a price yet for well, actually, it would be between $675 and $800 a month for the internet connection, for the point to point. And that's based off of what I've seen from Union and every other department and how they're currently priced. Guess the big difference, and I could go with the smaller of the two, which is a 50 meg point to point pipe just for the internet connection. Yeah, I believe that was Excuse me?
The estimate of 10,000 to get wiring into the,
Oh, into the filing room?
that cost.
Well, I think it's actually, when I had the trailer spec, they will wire it for me. So that's all included.
So then we're looking at 82,000 plus the skirting, is that the extent of it?
Yeah, that's the extent of it. I realized that after our last meeting, I probably wanted to cover the tires.
Maintenance department do that?
I know Road and Bridge has volunteered some of their time. I talked to Blake about the water hookups, things like that. So I believe we'd be able to get Andre to assist us with.
Yeah, it will cost. So is that trailer where it's all done and you're just doing point of connection for sewer and water?
That's my understanding.
Every sink has to be plumbed, every toilet has to be plumbed.
My understanding is we just have to hook up the plumbing.
Okay. I mean, a little cost, but not a jump, especially for road bridge, things will be each day.
Okay.
When could this, unit be up and functional?
They will have it ready. If I placed the order, they said they can have it ready in 30 days.
And when does Tom start?
Starts April 1st. Layla Illaway has volunteered.
What are you going to do with him between April 1st and perhaps if this comes in?
Layla Illaway, I need to speak to her again. I was just waiting until after this meeting. But she had said that she had a spare cubicle in the planning and zoning office, that we would probably make his new home temporarily. Obviously, that's not a working solution for a long time, but it would give him a place to set up a computer, a phone, and actually be able to do some work and storage files.
That's right. Discussion on move forward on it.
Well, what you said quick. I've never been for the idea of the trailers. I've seen schools use them set up and they're just a problem. I mean, it's not a permanent thing, even what sounds like it. They're not, that's gonna take up part of the parking lot. We've got like those people across the street that are maintenance vehicles over there, I mean, that's all I've got to say, just not.
And I recognize that in debating it, we need to come up with an option and no one has come forward with any options in this regard. It goes back 3, maybe 4 months. We've been talking about, shoot, in reality, it goes back a year and a half when your predecessor was instructed to hire an assistant in 24. And it was brought up again last summer, approved in her budget to hire someone. At that point in time, both time periods, we had to cross the bridge of where to put them. But we haven't done anything to resolve that other than kicking the can down the road, and we're at the point where we have people coming in. And the can basically came with a hurricane, can't go any further. We need to do something as a commission to do it. But there's no viable options.
Well, the county's got lots of buildings. I mean, I still think we need to pursue, say, trailer is a temporary fix. They never made to be a permanent fix. And it's going to cost more than projected here to get it all hooked up and stuff. They always say this. So anyway, I'm against it, but I'm willing.
And I recognize that the problem that I have, and I've been chasing this for months, is no one can come up with any options for me. I'm going out and looked at, out of Weed and Pest. See if we could, put you out there in Steve Kip's building and make some adjustments and it's not big enough to share. I don't think Billy has any room on to his rights. He's well,
Like he needs to be somewhere centralized and
correct. So, but that's what we're looking at is, and you're correct, finding other buildings, but haven't been able to locate it, and then for the purpose of the IT work, So it's a meeting for the rest of their employees. Well, they might get switch over here, over at one of these small buildings and they lose.
To that, I do agree with Commissioner Bradley. I'd really like to be centralized so I can provide better support. I understand the logistics and the struggles we're having here. At the same, the extension office, that was the temporary attorney's office years ago. It's a modular, same thing I'm looking at. And I know we're still using that, I guess, is my point, but I know a trailer is not the optimal solution for this. But at the same time, I feel like, especially getting my first week under me, that it's something that we need to find a space that suits us so we can succeed in this position and move forward to a better IT department, provide better service. And having opposite offices and being confined to an office the size of a closet, it's not the right solution long term. Granted, I'll do whatever you guys want me to do.
Commissioner White hit the nail on the head, said, a new courthouse. To house everyone in one facility. And that discussion is going to have to come up probably sooner than later. But in the interim, it does not alleviate the issue that you have.
Chairman, I'm for supporting this building. I mean, the hookups and everything are there. That's pretty cheap square footage. Unknown amount of time.
Is there, are you making a motion, please?
Steve, what these other two things first.
Sure.
I think this is the best option we have in front of us right now. We have it's a Band-Aid that's gonna get us through, who knows for how long that we're gonna have to do it. But I think this is the best option that I think so far.
There was some discussion, you know, the business center, is that one way now? I thought that there was something said that the public defender was putting that position, rather that facility, which will not substantial amount of area.
Would, Jess, wait, can you just?
Yes.
We going you execute the release on December 25 or the scene was. You advise or push anything in that regard as what they are pushing the knowledge of it.
No, I understand that, but I understood Clayton say that she was gonna move out of there.
Well, yes, definitely. He was in there conversation, correcting this wife, and I just asked him to. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Look, probably because only being here for a short period of time.
I know. Trying to make them.
Sorry to interrupt, Clayton. Didn't know if you had any opportunity to have a conversation with the upstairs office at the visitor center to find out the status of that.
I did on Friday and I just haven't had a chance to relay it to you.
Thank you.
That tenant is happy as a clam right there.
That accomplishes it. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
that's all you need.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so that's a great question. That was new news that, last week.
So I don't know about the trailer, I'm sort of in agreement with Commissioner Stevens that thing's gonna create a bunch of issues. It's gonna, you set it up there, first thing you're gonna have to do, yeah, you can screw it, you're gonna have to insulate the devil out of it. Also, that's, I mean, all fits in together, so at some point, you're talking 85, 90,000, jumps up to 130 before it's all said and done. And right now, we're gonna end up, if it's there, we're gonna end up with folks that have been parked in there, quite a few back in. That's gonna go away, part of it, so you're gonna have that pushback. I guess I'm not in favor of it from the standpoint, I think if there's be there, it's gonna be temporary about that. And then what are you gonna do after that? You're gonna have to make that move again someplace. It's gonna have to be centralized. So. What are the options? Trailer or a squeeze closer together? I don't know.
It's a valid question. And unfortunately, no one's come up with a viable option, and that's where we're at this point.
Well, there could be one other, Mr. Chairman, there could be one other option in the courthouse. This will get a lot of out of waste. Perhaps the break room that the employees have there, we could downsize that. It's someplace else there, there's a spot or two that can be set up there. All of a sudden that opens up in conjunction with the existing IT office substantially. That would work. I can see that. But it's right there, the move is where it is. I mean,
And then what we, to appease one individual or two, how do we work with the other 25?
my golly, I don't know, maybe we just have to come to an agreement to get along with someone instead of everybody having their own way. That could be an option too.
We just let the commissioner know in about what
Do not do that too.
Okay. I think that we've, at a point where is there an option or not? Want to make a motion, let it rest for a while, do some more research.
I'm ready to move forward with this, so Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve Craig to set this office project up with a full cap of 110,000. Should you have to go over 110,000, come back and have a conversation with us before anything else happens.
And the motion, the motion is second, is there any further discussion? I have to look at it as we gave ourselves into this corner. Yes. We put ourselves in this corner, we had bump in 2 years to resolve this, and as a commission, we haven't, shame on us. Again, the IT position is basically the heartbeat of what we do, because if that system goes down, then the taxpayers can't get the bang for their buck that they need from the offices. Basically,
Well, when I said move into the break room, I guess what I should have said was, one flip them. Because the break room could still be smaller, which it would be into the current IT. The current IT then would be bigger into the break room, which it is. But I suspect until there's a better option other than the trailer, that could be made. Move, it's not very large.
thank you for bringing that up. You care to address that?
Yes, I understand, again, the dilemma we're in. Limited space in the current state of the county. Break room, I know that's not gonna be a popular one. Number one. Number two, it doesn't address the lab and it doesn't address my storage issues. Every communication room in the county is plumb full of junk. Stuff that I'm trying to get a plan to hopefully do like a buyback program. I'm understanding that there are companies that buy back retired equipment, something that I could hopefully make some additional revenue back to the county with while getting rid of this stuff. I need a storage area for that. I need it for an inventory. It's a lot, you know. There's what, 193 desktops in the county, and at any time, I have probably 20 in that little office I'm in right now. That's just the one I'm working on, that I inherited. So the storage is a big deal. The lab's a big deal. And I understand the trailer is a temporary solution, but I think that's, for me, I'll do whatever you guys want. I'll happily do it. Like that's the one that gives me the opportunity to succeed in this.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion?
Just to comment that. Sorry. With the break room to his office now, you cannot put the sink in there. There's no sewer in that corner of the building. Like where clerks in the bathroom is, all that sewer runs out through the sally port. And then everything in the jail and everything else out runs out the other way. So that little corner of the building where all three buildings got tied together, there is no sewer. It would be astronomical to try to get a sink put in his old office and flip the break room.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I just to some comments. I went over and measured that for that trailer bill. It's not gonna block any of the parking. Ain't gonna mess with any of the food trucks. It's in that back corner over by the title place, where the other trailers sat for, I don't know how many years I was there, where the attorneys were. So, it ain't gonna mess with any of Andre's parking or any of the deputies in the detention where they park there. It's, no one parks where this is. Also on the trailers, there's sealed bottoms, so all the water lines and that are in the floor. So as long as you have skirting around it, the furnace and some pipes and things in the ground. And I mean, you can be in office and sustain for many years. I just want to throw that in.
Before you leave, Billy, so, and now it hasn't been a problem this year, but for every year, it's always brought up in the past, is how everybody filed their snow, exactly where that trailer's gonna be. From hotel, you have to haul it out. Now, that's gonna be an issue down the road, that trailer, so where's that snow gonna be piled?
I mean, they're just gonna have to, probably plow it on, on down.
I mean, the county puts snow there too from that lot, it's not just that.
Right.
hotel, But I mean,
Yeah, and we
it's been an issue brought up every year about that snow pile.
And then we always haul it off. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have, they're gonna have to, there is quite a bit of space, but yeah, the snow, they're gonna have to figure out. It's kind of the hotel pushes all their snow.
Well, I know, but everybody gets,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not just the hotel, it's been talked about. Has to be hauled
Yeah.
off and stuff, is it our snow, their snow?
Right.
But
So I normally just haul whatever piles there. I haul.
Thing that I do all the snow at the courthouse. It will be a little bit of a challenge, but I think we just flip the pile instead of putting it at the other corner. And we just put it over by the power pole on that corner so that the cleaning crew can all still back out. And if anything, you might just have to come get snow a little bit more, but you guys get snow so quick anyways, it'll be a little bit. The motel will be the most affected, which by right, they're supposed to keep their snow on their property anyways.
So that'll be something we'll address then and tell them they can't.
You can tell them they can.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, if it's their snow and it's a problem for us.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be, I think Harvard did that for him this year. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard for him to come down the alley and put it where I think we're gonna put the pile, like we always have, if you're still okay with that, but we could make the snow work, but we can't.
Thank you, Billy.
Huh?
Thank you, Billy. Okay, Commissioners, we'll close this to public comment. Any further questions, discussions in this regard? Have a motion in a second. With the proposal as presented with the cap of $110,000 to be fully functional. And no further, we'll close it to questions and debate. All those in favor of? Aye. Aye, opposed?
Nay.
I'm gonna go along with it, but I've really got reservations because I don't see this thing with it very long for very long. But I'm gonna tell you, it's just like this. Other deal we got pretty fair ground. It's not, I thought it was 920,000. We're thinking it's 110,000. I guarantee you it won't be that. And what will happen is we'll get into it, come back and say, well, you know, it's only gonna cost another 35,000 and we're already into 110. So what option do we have? We're gonna okay it. So if we stick to it, guarantee you it won't get done at 110. It just won't. That's the way it works in this world today, unfortunately. But
There's a challenge.
Challenge be accepted.
you,
I will do my best.
I mean, one penny. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great, we'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Quick, okay, so our schedule is as follows, quick break. Then we have, Mesa and we can bump the procurement policy into the afternoon because of the time we're having 11:30 lunch commitment over at the senior center with the seniors there for their, corned beef and cabbage, I think. I'd like to see the senior citizens while I'm down here. And then, of course, what we want to do is, we have the golf course restaurant prior to that. A minute break. Back here in, 10:48. Is Mesa Carving Sealy, please.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Carla Seeley. I've been the director of Mesa for 14 years since its inception. This is Erin Casey. She's also a board member. Also with us, we have Stacy Jones, who's our chairman, and Ian, who's one of our little writers. And we have a Helen family here, who's also part of our Mesa program, and Becky Crow, sorry, you can see that. Becky Crow is also a new member of our board and a volunteer. Just a quick start, Mesa, we started in June of 2012, with some startup funding given to us by the county. We've been a mobile operation from day one. We have spent all of our years bouncing around from private property to private property, wherever we could have lessons, and who was gracious enough to let us be there. We have always pastured our horses on private property as well, so at least we don't have anything of our own except for our horse trailer and our truck. And people have been very generous to let us do that over the years. And we had a pretty good program when we were able to be down in Boulder at the Mississippi River Ranch there, but still technically we were a mobile operation. We really appreciate that the rodeo grounds and the fairgrounds have allowed us to use their facilities. There have been moments where we've been able to be kind of involved from our programming because of other community activities. And there are times when in our public facilities that the population that we serve, there's some sensitivity to sensory issues. And so if we are in like a really busy days that the fairgrounds are super busy, it's pretty difficult to have lessons sometimes on those days because of the sensory issues in the environment. We have been sustainable financially from day one. We got the startup money and we still have feel like we've done really well. We're trying to set aside some money so that someday when we do get our own land or our own permanent facility, that we will be able to build an indoor barn. But with the rising prices of the land, we just feel like we can't find a location in town that's affordable right now. And with that, I'll go ahead and let Aaron talk.
Yeah, so thanks, Carla. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that has led us to come before you today with this request. So I started volunteering with Mesa shortly after I moved to Pinedale in 2022. And in my first interactions with the program, I was so impressed by what Carla and the board have built, the quality of the program that they have, how much Carla has worked to prioritize the safety and the learning of all of the writers that we have going through the program. And that led to some conversation about some bigger questions about how we could better serve the individuals in our community throughout Sublette County who would benefit from equine assisted services. And that led to me facilitating a couple of meetings with the board in January of 2024, where we talked about the strengths of our program, some of the weaknesses that we had, some of the opportunities that we saw, and different partnerships we might be able to form throughout the county in order to better fulfill our mission. And after that meeting, we had a little bit more clarity, but we realized there was a lot of learning left to do. And so Carla and I and the rest of the board members really started thinking about different models of equine assisted services facilities throughout the country. We've looked at some very different models and really come to an understanding of what it is that our county needs and our writers need, so that we don't have to have a wait list, so that we can serve the individuals who would benefit from our services, but whom we just don't have the capacity for right now. And so that led us to just kind of this journey of realizing that what we really need is a permanent facility where we can keep our horses and offer lessons at the same location. And Carla's going to share a little bit about the specifics of how our program runs and why that would be such a game changer for Mesa. But before I hand it back to her, I just want to say how proud I am of the board and of Carla for continuing to prioritize just an incredibly high quality, safe program that adds so much value to the lives of our members and to their families.
I apologize, I missed your name.
I'm Erin Hasty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. So the greatest limiting factor for Mesa is that we can only put 4 horses in our horse trailer. And where we are riding right now, we can only ride 2 this week in Pinedale. So that limits us. We adhere to the Professional Association of Therapeutic Horsemanship organizational standards and procedures to ensure that we do uphold safety and procedures and have a quality program. With that, our horses are only allowed to have 3 lessons a day. So if we can only have 4 horses, 3 lessons a day, that only allows us to provide lessons for 12 riders a day. So we're really limited in the capacity that what we can have. If we had our horses at the same location that we gave our lessons, that would be a huge game changer. We would be able to have 7 to 8 head of horses. We'd be able to ride up to 5 days a week at least. And we can almost quadruple the number of people that we could service with our lesson program at that point. And by having a permanent facility, we'd be able to keep all of our tack in one place. We'd be able to have larger variety of saddles, bigger horses, and such. And I think we would be able to just really expand our programming and do more for our community like we would like to do. And we've been wanting to do, but we just really can't do it on the truck and trailer anymore. So we would like to ask the county if we could have access to use the 20 acres south of the 4-H barn. We feel like that is a really ideal property. Location wise, it's really important to be close to the schools and close to town for transportation purposes. And it would allow us to expand our current adaptive riding program. We did just open up our services to adults, small adults, because we don't have the capacity to serve a large adults right now. We have started up an equine assisted learning program. That's something that we can get off the ground. And another thing that I think is really important, it's something that I've been wanting to do for years and years. And I feel like there's a huge need in this community, and is that is a work placement program for the young adults, like such as Ian, and be able to provide an opportunity for young adults to be able to come in and work at the barn, do chores. And I think I've heard a resounding need for that within the community over the years, and that's something that we could add to our programming. In email communications with, I believe it's Lindsay Dipp, who was the lawyer for Pure West, she agreed, I have an email here, that Mesa does fit within the deed restrictions of that land. And it would be a county commissioner's decision from there on. As a final thought, we've been very, very fortunate to have such a generous community and individuals that want to keep Mesa going, and they've been working in the shadows. We've survived on borrowed property, borrowed land, borrowed horses, borrowed equipment, and operating out of the home office. And I think it's time that we need to think about succession planning. I'm not going to be here forever. I've put 15 years into this program right now, and I don't want to see Mesa go away when I go away. And so I feel it's really important that we start having our own permanent facility so that Mesa can continue on. With that, you guys have any questions? Barb?
Are there any questions from the individuals here?
Like green hall. So with the permanent home, it would allow you to have capacity for bigger horses where we could get back to where it was just the larger kids that would be able to ride again.
Yes.
Questions from online? No comment?
So what we're asking is to be able to use that. We'd like to ask the county if this is something that you'd be willing to do, if you would approve the road into that area. And then we would provide all the fencing and the pastures, and most of our stuff would be portable in case that some generous donor out there did want to give us our own piece of property. We would be able to take everything we had and move it along with us. But we would really like to be able to consider this a permanent field for Mesa. It would really be important to, I believe, for the future. Anything else to add? No? Good job.
What I've been reading, and there was perhaps some confusion to begin with, is looking for an investment from the county of $50,000.
That would be for improvements to the property that the county would benefit from if Mesa were to ever leave the property. So that's for water, power, and the road improvements.
The reason for my saying this, so thank you. You're looking for 50 now, for 157.
Correct, correct.
Is that people like to draw into the worst case scenario?
That's fair.
And then Pure West is going to have to give us a letter of approval of your being on the property. I don't know how it works with them, but so you must have that. I don't think you see it, it was just,
I do. I mean, I have a copy here.
I think you could. Sorry. We did have a phone call from a Dennis Schroeder supporting everything that he did. Actually requesting at that point in time that foot needs to go up on top of the hill on Full Creek Road there. I thought that was quite kind of him.
We accept that property too.
We sure would.
Some of those beaches,
Fair enough.
and I know this young cowboy right here, what a great young man he is. Been out to see me for the past 4 years. Does a great job, and he's actually a great figurehead and example of what you do. Aaron, thank you so very much. That's the purpose of Mesa. The individuals that couldn't without you. So thank you. Questions, comments?
I got a comment.
Please.
Known you a long time, Carl, as long as anybody has. I mean, I know it's a great, wonderful program. Not have a problem with that, but you know, it's all down to money, okay? You know what I mean? And we justify for the taxpayers the 50,000, okay? And that's, you know, that's the only thing that I see that with my biggest concern. Okay? So,
And your concern is really good. Other questions or observations?
I guess I have a couple of things. I've been involved with this through the years. Whether it's pasture horses or offering an arena, I think this group would thrive and be able to grow and obviously offer more services if they could just find a landing spot. I struggle with 50,000. I'd like to ask Billy one more favor. If this were to go through, if there's some dirt work for an arena and the road work, I mean, is that something that the county could take on? We wouldn't have these.
If you guys tell me to do it, I'll do it.
I'd rather support something like that than throw out another 50,000.
Well, I'm sorry, in that proposal, the way that is out, I guess that was our intentions, was that most of that, as far as the road base and electricity is pretty much there. It's right there by the 4-H office, but as far as the dirt work and all that, that is something that like the county already has all the machinery and equipment and operators to do. So we feel like this is what we are asking is only improvement of that land that will remain that way. It won't ever be taken away from the property. It's just going to improve that land, which in our minds, it's a pretty reasonably. It's pretty reasonable request. Because we have, as far as like the arena and things like that, like we can find donors and partial donations for that as well. Can I talk first?
My name is Stacy Jones. Yeah, and it wasn't, we weren't asking like you guys to give us $50,000. That I would maybe take that, if you helped us put it into like fixing the road and doing those things, and like with the water, the electricity, yeah, getting already to what's out there, but over to where we could use them. We didn't want you to hand us $50,000. It would take something like that, but with help and that to get that. To make the road in there a little bit better, it's safer, those things. So we didn't want a $50,000 check. We just need that extra to help us make it so it's usable for us. So, yeah.
Thank you for saying that. Having become better the question for me about case. In regards to liability insurance, I would presume that you would to or have something mainly county as additionally insured with for liability.
Yes, and we've already do that with the fairgrounds as well.
I thought I wanted to make sure that.
Yes.
We weren't out the thing there.
Absolutely, the additional insured.
Great. Well, yes, Commissioner Stokes.
So have you got bids on what a well would cost, and the power company is prohibitive now running, where you're gonna have to have your own box out there, probably, junction box, where it comes from the other place, you can't have them both on one. I mean, I've been hearing people, they just went bonkers in what they're charging to run, power lines and stuff, I mean, it's like 4,000 or 5,000 for one of their boxes, so, and you haven't done any bids on what the well would be or what, where you're would be setting stuff, have you looked at it, how you might set it up? The corrals where they would be out there now?
Yes, we have, and that's part of the drawing that's in that proposal. It would just be, if I had the shape that the property is shaped in like a long triangle. And, it would be the lower half of that, pretty much the 2/3 of it.
And the only entrance would be there by the 4-H.
Yes.
Because that's, we're never running into a problem there, because we just spent 100,000 on an electronic gate, So you're gonna have to. It's gonna be a problem with that gate, and unless you could put in a different entrance somewhere else, because. But hey, I'd like to see some bids at what you can actually get that done for.
We can do that. The last time we had a water well drug, personally, was a $15,000 well. And I don't know if it necessarily, we have to have a water well dug, or if we could tie into the water line from 4-H office. It's already there. But
There ain't that much water there, the barn already takes so much of it.
it doesn't, because all we really need is stock water. Just for some stock tanks. It doesn't have to be We can do that.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Please. So I've had an opportunity to, in they said, project, it's truly one of a kind, so they can about that. And I looked down at the total investment instead of one great building that I had in the steep. And that's the preparation of the ground. Because from my experience, got sagebrush like this out of it. That's gonna have to go away, or should mostly, especially where you're gonna have your facilities. And that's not an easy deal. Well, I think brushing would be up. And you can do that, but then when you leave, it's just like stops or like this. And now we can do it. So probably somebody more astute at that kind of situation than I would be. But normally for me, if I'm gonna put a piece of property somewhere, first thing I do is beat that brush, and then I gotta go in and kind of stir it up so I can get it started. Sometimes the brush down there feet or better. Then I've got to go back in and I'll stick it with that. I don't know if I'm gonna have a nice clean piece of property. I don't know whether you're talking 20 acres or just a portion of it. But that's certainly meant to be done. That's not an easy deal. When I first heard something about this, just was there. I wondered, number one, were you gonna be able to get the authorization to do so, and have you?
Yes.
That's what this letter is saying. I didn't see that. So. You can see it now. Okay, fair enough.
But they just passed it on a video and talked to each end and all.
So, a couple years ago, when it was big three or something like that, I'm getting up with the punchline. I visited with a young man, young to me, fencing business, that was a fence and he got out of that, but he and I had come to an agreement that, hey, if it's a fencing project, we probably have, yeah, big time, that it's cost a lot of money. I'm still inclined to do that from my personal perspective. That comes to whatever I can do to help on the fencing project with the equipment that I've got, without going out and finding something else. I'd certainly be amenable to coming in and doing that, but you're gonna have to have the things designed for the person who's breathing and goes. I was thinking about what your project is gonna look like. Shoes where panels all the way around the whole city. So those things are gonna happen, and they're not showing up. They do show the main portion of it, but not entire closure, at least I haven't seen it.
No, that's it. It's gonna be the back pasture would be turnout. And then. Yes, so it's.
Yeah, no, I see that. What I'm saying is, this isn't the 20 acres.
No, it's just a fraction of the 20 acres. This is a very small portion and the rest of it would be
Right, I know.
fence line to here. to half-
But the balance is 20 acres. Also, because we're running portions.
It's already fenced. I mean, the perimeter would just be, say, this is where the 4-H office is. And this is Hagenstein's down here.
Yeah, but it's fenced, I'd have to go look at it again. It seems to me like it's fenced in part of our,
Mhm,
and I could be wrong there.
that's fine.
No, it's not. If you got horses you want to take care of, I can guarantee you can do one part of our.
As a perimeter pasture fence? I mean, over time, wonderful, but that's what they're living in.
if you, that's fine, if that's what you want to do, but I've seen too many horses in the hardware. Yeah, come in here and try to get a good horse.
We have to be pretty selective about the horses we take. And one of those reasons is because we've had to pasture them in a lot of different settings. And so they have to be respectful of a lot of different types of fences.
And anyway, I'm in support of the project. I just don't want to. Like a lot of projects, quite not where you can actually choose and not be able to get the project that you want. And it is, and back to the property, Sam, is that a sale or lease to them, or how is that work?
So that property, the whole history of that property was owned by QEP.
Yes.
QEP donated that property to the county, so the county fully owns that property. They put a deed restriction on that the future of that property would be used for the use of Sublette County. That's how that deed, reads. Carla reached out to our land department, asking if Mesa, fall within that deed restriction that he put on that property. Like being used for use, and there was responded with yes, it does. It's but we own the property, there is nothing more. I mean, if we wanted to do whatever we wanted to do with that property, we could. Knowing that there's that deed restriction on it, I would reach out to Pure West. If they get their thoughts on it, above and beyond what is required, correct?
Back in just a second.
Was my statement correct? We own that property altogether. There is a deed restriction. The deed restriction on that property is that it shall be used for the use of Sublette County when it was given to the county by QEP. Carla reached out to Pure West above and beyond just to see if that was in spirit of the way they read it. Pure West response was yes, that was within the spirit of that deed restriction. But we own that, there's nothing, I mean, if we wanted, whatever we wanted to do with the county, we could do within that deed restriction, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner White, yes, that is correct. And so with the deed restriction, the dominant estate is QEP. And so if QEP is saying we're good with it and we're fine with it, then yes, the county has the authority to operate in that space.
Okay, Clayton, so let me ask this question also then in conjunction to that. So if I'm leasing a piece of property, so to speak, I don't own it, but I lease it. If anything I put in the ground stays with that property. When I move off, it stays there. If I want to take it with me, it's got to be portable. I would try to scoot it around and take it with me. So would there be a concern here if they build a structure, a permanent structure, that down the road, if this commission's not sitting there, they say, hey, you guys haven't done what we think you should do. We're gonna boot you. I'm gonna get that property sitting there, the county owns it all, so because of the fact they own the property. Is that correct or not?
Chairman Bernard, Commissioner Vickery, the way that would work would be depending on the language in the lease itself. And certainly in the event that the county were to authorize this use on the property, we would certainly have an agreement in place that detailed all of those details.
Okay, fair enough there. But if you've got something permanent in the property, it's a little difficult to take that and move it.
It's Commissioner Bernard and Commissioner Vickery, yes, but the contract will govern that. And so, yes, even a permanent structure can be moved. Yes, it's harder. But I do believe they said they were going to try and do stuff temporarily in case they were able to obtain their own property. But we would certainly make sure that it was buttoned up, belts and suspenders, so that there was no questions down the road in the event that a future commission needed that land for another purpose, or in the event that these folks voluntarily opted to remove themselves.
Well, the only reason I bring that up is because of her father said she's invested about 15 years in this program. You know, that takes dedication. And bear with me for a moment. So when you go in, the next person steps in there, are they gonna have that dedication? Therein lies the issue.
Absolutely.
You think people, but no.
She will.
How many times? So, if the permanent one will be here, though.
Yeah.
Dedication. Well,
We're already
I'm
starting.
in favor of helping you however we can. How's that sound?
That sounds wonderful, thank you. No, and we have started the succession planning process. So we are finding that person and we are make sure that Mesa organizationally can do that as well.
Are there any questions, comments from the board and further discussion?
So I'll say mine. So when I look at this, Carla, I'm a huge supporter of Mesa. I'll always be a huge supporter of Mesa. When I look back, we just had a meeting, a couple meetings ago. We had another great organization. There's lots of great organizations, nonprofit organizations come and ask us if we would plow the road all winter long so they can continue to run their great organization, which benefits the county. This, I look at it as, you know, if this was something that the 4-H could use, the pony club could use, every youth equestrian thing could use. I look at it, maybe I could get behind it, but where it's kind of, to me, feels like we're picking the winners and losers of all of the great organizations within the county using taxpayer funding to pick those winners and losers. Like I said, I'm a huge supporter, don't get me wrong. I just can't get behind us investing money for this organization as presented today. If this was, like I said, something that included all of the youth in Sublette County, had access to a facility out there in the public, kind of like the fairgrounds, I could probably support it at that point, but that's my thoughts. Thank you.
I can offer some response and contextualization of that. So I think one of the things that is really important about our program is that we do have to have a little bit of control over the environment. Carla spoke to some of the challenges that we've had on a busy day at the fairgrounds, where because of the populations that we're serving, it's just really crucial that we can provide some sort of sensory boundary around what our riders are going to experience. And I would note that the 4-H has operated an exclusive facility on QEP property, I think for well over a decade at this point. If the county commissioners wanted to build a shared equine facility in the north end of the county, I, as a personal equestrian, would certainly be in big support of that. I think if you want to have a facility that could meet all of the different needs of different youth organizations, that's certainly up to you. But I think that would be something that would be a county choice and a county investment. Mesa is asking for, I think, a pretty minimal investment of improvements to the property that will stay with the property if we were to ever leave. And I think that we would certainly be open to discussions about how we could lease the infrastructure that we're going to provide to other youth equestrian participants and with other organizations if that was something that they determined that they needed.
Comment really quick. I understand your concern with trying to serve the biggest population, serve all the kids. I guess what we are also looking at is a lot of these kids don't have that opportunity to be part of 4-H. They don't have the opportunity to be part of hockey or ice skating, or just because of the disabilities that they do or may not have. I mean, given my daughter, she looks like, you know, she'd be part of anything, and she is very much a part of everything. But there's a history behind her that, especially with her heart condition, that she may not always be able to participate in school sports, in all of these different activities. And this is an opportunity and a group that is trying to serve that population that is restricted from a lot of the other offerings of the county and the school districts. So I can understand that there's a concern that we are just serving a certain population. But it's a population that I feel like we need to support because they can be restricted in so many other avenues within the county. I mean, we try to be inclusive, but we are limited, especially when it comes to dealing with animals and getting out there the physical work and having that opportunity. So, I mean, I guess that's where I stand as a parent and even as a member. I mean, I drive the special ed bus right now. I mean, this is a huge part of what I do, just as a parent and as a community member. These are children and adults now that we're offering a huge opportunity that they do not get to participate in a lot of different areas, like 4-H, like hockey, like what I said. So I think it's well worth that we kind of get behind this in some way or another. I like what Aaron has suggested, even if there's a way that we're providing, if Mesa's providing the structure, the infrastructures, the fencing, that maybe we can share that and lease that with other groups. But again, it's the priority, if we've provided that to give that safe environment, that sensory-free environment. That would be taking some moving around, and I think the Mesa's open to looking at that, but we do have considerations with the population that they're trying to serve.
Sure, and I get that, right? I get that, yeah, like I said, I'm a huge supporter of Mesa, and I get that there's a need for it, right? There's gonna be 10 other organizations showing up, saying the exact same story of why we won't find some land and let them build a facility, where they can run theirs too. So I'm just worried about setting a precedent for all great organizations that are involved in this county for all different aspects of those organizations. Like I said, just 2 or 3 meetings ago, we had a great youth organization that wanted us to plow road all winter so they could continue to use that. We at that time told them no. So I look at it more as, yeah, if we could come up with a plan that all equine users, an organization could use, I could probably get behind it.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I'm not quite as restrictive as Commissioner White, and I'll tell you why, because as I earlier said, I've watched the smiles, I've watched the parents of the kids that are involved in this program. And granted, it's sort of a specific thing, because it's a specific need. A specific need. And I see the advancement of some of the young people that I've known that's had some issues, and Mesa has brought them step up, be able to be more involved in the community. When you set a precedent, that's what this is, and I don't think that's what this is. I think this is making something good happen in the community. We've got a lot of places in Sublette County for other horse-oriented groups to use. The fairgrounds we've heard about. We've got the rodeo grounds up here. I'll guarantee you, we've got a lot of kids that use that facility. May say included in the past. There's 2 different arenas up there. There's places to park. And you're not being forced to move your program to allow someone else. That's because I see one of the issues that would come here is if it was opened up. Because Mesa is specific. You'd have to have, and I watched a little bit from the outside, days when 2 kids show up, days when 6 kids show up, and they're in that time slot. And if that thing was opened up to where you could have all horse groups use it, those kind of time slots would just go away. They would have to address the other uses. So my perspective, I said it earlier, as a commissioner, I have to support this. As an individual, I support it because I've seen some things that occur out of it. So even though Commissioner White is sitting next to one another, he hasn't kicked me yet. I think agreement is the outcome, which is trying to get there in a different way. I guess, no, I don't see Mesa their own facility being intrusive on the rest of the West Wing folks. I just don't see that happening. If there was never another place to go, I could understand perhaps, but that's not facilities, thankfully, and don't think that the county that can take care of some of those other needs that we do. This is specific. For me, at least, I'll support it.
Further questions,
I'll
comments?
just bring up one other thing, it doesn't amount to anything else. We all support it 100%, you know that, there's not a question at all. But it's like, we got 60 acres there, cemetery ordinance, okay, they need it. You know, do they look at this and say, well, if you're giving land away for other uses, it can be property. You know, it puts us in a bad position where we have vacant property and other things are needed, you know, I mean, that's an important thing. And, you know, it's a tough one. I wish I had a little more time to think on it, because I don't know, I wish I knew, if you got the estimates of what, instead of the 50, if it's 23, or, you know, some of those things that kind of open-ended here, but there's no question we all support it 100%. That's not the question here. So, thank you.
I'd argue a cemetery is a little more permanent than what we're proposing.
I mean, it's needed. They don't have any spots there. Okay, they're out of spots, so, you know, maybe that's a pretty important thing too. I mean, you're a long ways away from it, and I'm not, you know. Putting my ashes up there along the road, you know. So, I don't know, just part of what things we face, okay? I mean, so.
I guess I'd like to add that this arena is a pretty modest size that we've proposed, that's within our budget, able to do. And again, we've been very fortunate to be able to use the rodeo grounds. And we share that with 4-H, and we share that with Pony Club, and we share the equipment up there with that. Nobody maintains that. Nobody takes care of it. Nobody cleans up after themselves. And so having a shared facility, I would go up there and I'd have to go clean all the horse poop up prior to us using the equipment and, or being able to use the arena. And, so if we're gonna put the money into a project like this and to have it be our facility, it's gonna be very, very well kept. And we're gonna expect the same high standards if we were able to share it with somebody else. So we would entertain being able to share this with 4-H or Pony Club, equestrian groups potentially, but it's gonna be, it would be, I guess, I would ask that it could be under our control and under, so when we do have days off, then we could offer that open to the 4-H or the Pony Club, under our terms where things are taken care of and well kept. I feel like that's a really, really important factor. And if you get into where everything is, you know, similar to like the fairgrounds, then you're gonna have somebody that's gonna have to take care of it. As a group thing. And I don't feel like this would be a situation where I should have to take care of everybody else's messes type of a deal if we were given this opportunity to do this. But, and this is an outdoor arena. Right now, constructed as an outdoor arena, and hopefully potentially we'd be able to build an indoor arena, cover that, which would be great if we were given the approval to do something like that. But otherwise, all the other structures would be portable, including the classroom office type of deal.
Questions or comments? According to discussion.
I'd like to make a motion to make this happen, but I'm struggling with our contribution to water and power. How would we want to approach something like that?
I think that, what do we have here? We hear that you're talking about forthcoming investment with county equity being brought into it. I suspect that Billy has the road base, yes, available. And then you'd be able to do the road into it. And you have water well and piping the two stock tanks. That portion of it would be a cost, but the other items, well, except for the electricity. So based on this, $15,000 would be covered by county. The other two items of 35,000 and the open ones.
So if you got you into this property and therefore can move forward, you're ready to take care of water and power yourselves.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I think that would be something that we would iron out in our discussions and, you know, as Clayton said, having everything buttoned up. To make sure that if we were to leave the property, that we were reimbursed for expenses that we had incurred that would be benefits to the property long term, but I think that's something we could certainly figure out.
Okay, thank you for that.
It's a huge restricted piece of property that this fits. Good spot for them, they offer service that isn't available for these type of people in these counties. I think the motion to get Mason into this 20 acres. Offering to do their work that we can do.
Have a motion,
I'll second it.
have a motion, that's slightly than what you're asking for.
Yes.
Bring that up, have a motion and have a second. Further discussion.
I'll just bring up that gate, you know, it's something they're gonna have to, that's quite a deal to work out. It's locked up when they 4-H leaves until they get there this morning, so.
But, doesn't necessitate precluding them from having the combination of that gate. County paid for that, it's not, doesn't fall with 4-H.
Well, I understand that, but, you know,
Sure.
they want it for their security, not somebody else's, you know, reason. You weren't here when we went through it.
I wasn't
So
here.
you don't know what we went through on that little ordeal to get that paid. So, I mean, I just wanted worked out.
My position is as follows. If approved, it's Mason's, it's not open to 4-H. I've dealt with them and they are only concerned on their own unit. So I can see where it has to be, well, obviously. And then I watched the commission past two meetings approve $1.1 million for a fairgrounds at a facility that's only going to be used a couple weeks of the year. That doesn't benefit the segment of our population that it is. And it's full time. Versus that movement is here. But that part baffles me, that how we could justify the expenditure and then block over $50,000 and block it over, you know, better place to be. Do you have a motion second? Is there any other conversation?
I had one thing to that. Please, okay, when we did our budget last year, we considered that because, okay, this was in addition to the budget, so they do differ. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, but I'm just saying that, you know, $25,014, it doesn't make a difference. We didn't have it in the budget, so this is something, when this comes along, it's gonna have to be an added expense that we did plan on preparing.
Valid point, thank you. Any motion second? Any further discussion? Discussion's closed, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? And pass 41.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Cheers.
What's the?
Pay up in the last slide. Next is, We're going to move the procurement policy to after lunch. And we're going to go to the golf course restaurant lease, please.
Don't you guys have another bird?
They've been sitting here all morning and
I'm just pointing out, I'm just reminding you.
thank you, yes.
They'll still be 30. Okay. They will start, they will get it a lot better.
And from the level 312 established.
Achieve 12, with that, we're doing, to the summit of the direction. Get the final, so right there.
Okay, please. I think we're ready.
Yeah, we'll try to be quick. Thank you for your time and, you know, this isn't,
Not to talk into the microphone, I'm sorry.
yeah, this isn't our preferred method to, we wish to, our private meeting, but we prepared a couple statements.
We appreciate your time. When we put the proposal into the golf course, we were looking for a good working relationship with good communication. We were told the county wanted to bring up the level of service, the level of food, and the atmosphere. This is what we've been providing and have gotten an overwhelming positive response from our customers. Being in a new location, we were aware that there were going to be obstacles that we were going to have to overcome, that like we had at our location at Lakeside. Change was always difficult. We realized that. I poured everything into this restaurant to make it a friendly, welcoming, and a great place to eat. In the middle of summer, we met with both Sam and Billy to express concerns that the golfers had. We came up with the idea of the discounts on the food and the beverages from the members to enjoy year round. We continue to receive good feedback from that. I spoke with Mike, the head of the men's league, about setting up a meeting with all of the men from the men's league who expressed concerns to hear their feedback and see what else we could do for them. Well, Sam and Billy told us that they were ecstatic about that meeting and were happy to join if we could set that up. However, none of them wanted to meet with us. No reason was ever given. They just didn't want to meet with us. Every month since then, we would meet with Billy to pay the rent. I asked him, how are things going? Are there any other concerns? Is there anything else we need to know? Nope, haven't heard anything. Everybody seems pretty happy. Then we received an email from the county, which came as a complete shock to me and my husband. We've had zero complaints, zero communication, was given regarding any problems, complaints, or violations. What happened to the communication? If there are complaints, why didn't we hear about them? How do you expect us to fix anything if we don't know anything is wrong? We never received any kind of communication that there were any types of issues. Since the beginning, when we took over, we made every effort to try and accommodate the requests from the golfers that have been given to us. This includes the discounts I mentioned, as well as special menus that we went out of our way to put together for the golfers. Regarding all of the golf tournaments, I went out of my way to ask them, meet with them, work with their budgets as best I can. The tournaments that got alcohol from us, we barely charged a little more than our cost for that. We really made no money off of that. I tried to accommodate one of the golf tournaments in particular. We charged them $10 for a 6-ounce burger, all toppings, all condiments, chips, and dessert. And they told me that was unreasonable. That barely covered my cost of the food and my staff to be there. That's all we were trying to do. I get you're trying to raise money, but we are a business and we do need to at least cover our expenses. I do wish we were in a place where we could donate. Unfortunately, we're not in a financial position to do that. This is our first year at our location and we're just trying to get established. Furthermore, this in particular staff from this tournament was demanding and disrespectful towards me and my staff because they were not getting their way. This behavior was unacceptable and unnecessary. They also damaged some of our decor without so much as an apology. To come into a business, then to start rearranging furniture and decor without consulting me is unacceptable. All of these tournaments that ordered through me, were told that there was a 2-week final food head count. All of them agreed, completely fine with that. So after those 2 weeks, to come to me and say, well, we need to change this, I don't want this, I don't want this. I'm sorry, I've already ordered food, I've already prepared food for this. And then to complain to you guys and to Billy about that, I think was inappropriate. I've never, ever in my 26 plus years of it being in this business, have I ever been told that I am difficult to work for. Or that I'm difficult to work with. If I'm so difficult, then why am I getting additional caterings from some of the people that run these tournaments? Why is my staff that I have that have all these restrictions and can't work this time and can't work that time, I'm able to accommodate that? And they're recommending their friends and their fellow coworkers from previous jobs to come and work for me because I am accommodating. Why would I not transfer that to our clientele? I've always worked the best that I can with everyone to try and accommodate special requests. The Ladies League always communicated with me and I've always accommodated them with all of their special requests whenever they came in. The last day of the golf season, I wanted to do something nice for the golfers as a thank you for the season. We put out a really nice buffet for them, all complimentary to me. They all seemed to really enjoy that. I do know that the contracts for the tournaments were changed so that the restaurant had first rights for food being refused that was offered. I do know that the first tournament always had food donated. And I know that may be something that they didn't want to deal with us. I don't see why they couldn't have just come to us and said, hey, we've always had all this food donated. We've always had all of this. Is this something that we can still do? Because it really brings in a lot of money for our tournament. And absolutely, I would have accommodated. But once again, nobody's communicating with us. Nobody's giving us the opportunity. Everyone is expecting the worst from us. We know that since we got the lease, the previous tenants have been trying to turn everyone against us and trying to get us out before we ever even moved in. There were petitions against us from people we didn't even meet before we even took over. Not only did we have to overcome the bad reputation and the bad food and the atmosphere, but now we have to overcome those things that the golfers that we're happy with. Now we have to overcome those that were happy with how things were operated by the previous tenants because they got free food, alcohol, made their own drinks behind the bar. They were also allowed by previous, I already got that. They came in through the back entrance, came in through the kitchen. We continue to have to guide these patrons away from this behavior as it is an ongoing issue. We can't run a business like that. These are the same people that were excremating in the bathroom, in the men's bathroom, in the trash cans, and smearing it all over the walls for my staff to clean. That's disgusting and it's very inappropriate. I thought we were trying to change that. We don't know them, they don't know us. I had no idea that there was so much hatred and so much judgment towards our family from the people of Pinedale, probably most whom never got the time to know us. We're not difficult people to talk to or to approach. How can you expect us to change things or make things work when there's no communication between the parties? We've lived here for 5 years and have always been law-abiding citizens who wants to see this town to continue to grow and a place for families to grow. To personally witness the things we have heard and seen from this community is disheartening.
That's what she said. We would very much like to finish out at least. However, if your minds have not been changed, the council's email stated you are claiming that we are in violation of release. The claim that we are adamantly refuted. Which means your next step would to be serve us with a forcible entry detainer, which we would then attend a hearing with council. Obviously, if we win, we finish out our lease. If we lose, our council would request a bond from the judge, which we would promptly pay, and then we would appeal, which our council informs us can be a long process, a process I believe both parties would like to avoid. So my counter proposal is this. Assuming you haven't changed your minds about letting us see our current lease through to term, is that you amend our contract to be terminated. Terminated on March 1st, 2027. Cindy and I will sign this lease. This would allow a smoother transition for us, for you, the city council, and whoever you find to be the new leasee. The tournaments could have option to bring in outside food and beverage without needing approval. However, if they're not going to patronage us, we ask to enforce the policy of preserving restaurant interior and patio seating for our paying customers. We have spare tables and seats we would have to provide for them to set up somewhere on the lawn area. And even though you as a council approved our menus before signing the lease, we will remove fine dining options and go to a more simplified all-day menu. We will do our best to accommodate requests made to you, the city council, if they are made known to us, including beers we have available on tap. So we hope this second option is acceptable if finishing out our lease is not. Okay.
I wasn't able to fully understand what your options were. I'm sorry, you were talking quickly and.
Sorry. I don't know,
No, I understand, but I will go.
so we would like to finish up, but we understand that, you guys may not have changed your mind. So, we're hoping to avoid the legal rigorous, because we are refuting that we're breaking our lease. So my last option was that you terminate, shorten our lease by year to end on March 1st of 2027 of next year. And if you guys make the requests that were known to you of what they'd like to see on our menu, what they'd like to see, we will do our best to make that happen. So if you want all Budweiser and Coors on tap instead of the microbrews that we have, we'll do it. It's just, we'd rather be working with you and the community than against you guys.
This is not something that we saw coming, we wanted coming.
Right.
We
wanted time to transition.
if that's the only option.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Questions, comments, statements? Yes, please, Billy.
So I'll just give you. And this is what the complaints have, just from the golfers, Haven City, I mean, they've been good about paying the rent and stuff. I've sat down with them numerous times. From the very beginning.
There's some of the transactions we've had from Germany.
From the very beginning. The one thing, the brutal thing that really bothers me is, if you'll see on some of the pages, we get bad reviews through the golf course because people will send it to the golf course and not to there because they're two different web pages. So there's someone to, I mean, what the problems I've had, I met with these guys 4 or 5 times before we ever did the lease because we've gone down and we've just gone back and we had the other people that were in there, we had a lot of complaints. I did tell them from the very beginning, you gotta make the golfers happy. It's kind of a family out there. And once that goes bad, then it's bad. And the things where, like in the lease that have never been done. The breakfast was a disaster. You guys knew that. We were supposed to have grab and go. There was never enough grab and go. There was never coffee. them are the things that really, and then like the beer. And me and Sam and you guys a lot. The discount was basically, yeah, this Sam, me and Sam, you know, with them. But basically the discount parts was us telling you that the golfers were unhappy. And we pretty much, said you had to do that.
No,
that
that was our, Jefferson.
That was,
That was ours. We met with Sam once. We had a whole freezer full of burritos ready to go.
here's the thing that I've had. You guys are good, but when we talk, you know, I'd say you gotta make sure the golfers are happy. You gotta make sure it's all about the golfers, about the golfers. The tournament thing is a big deal. We got 16 tournaments this year. Not one of them, even, I mean, the Mesa people left, but not one of them, want to deal with it. The thing about, I'm sorry, the thing about having them bring their alcohol and the food, it's really hard on the greens. And for us to just, it takes a lot more personnel to try to make this all happen. That food and all that, that's why in the lease, tournament agreement, we had in there that we had to get all the alcohol and the food from the restaurant. It's gotta be, we've got to work together, and what's hard is, I'm just telling you, I mean, I'm not trying to dump on you guys, I'm just telling you what the golfers have come to me. They close at 8:00. After a tournament, I've had tons, and I mean, you go through these. We sent out a survey to the members, and you can read a lot. The hours, you know, you guys, you know, on tournaments you close at 8, they complained about that. I mean, this weekend, we had 2 complaints. I get a complaint a week. The bathroom, Saturday, 1:00, I had some people call me, said the bathrooms were disgusting. So I sent Debbie in there to clean. And another one said that the drinks, I had some people call me, these are out of town people call me, and they're turning me over to the, she said, she see me on the email. She see the, I mean, food division, because she said that all your drinks taste like cleaning supplies. And it's just, the golfers think the prices, they don't like the menu. They love your pizza. You can only get pizza certain times. It's just, the golf has, you know, they have a whole, I mean, I'm there what's bad is if the golfers ain't happy, then they're not happy playing golf. So they go over there and they have a bad experience, and then it's just like a vicious circle. Not saying it's anything, but I think they started off wrong, you know, with stuff, and I mean, I just, and, you know, I have had mine, the men's league, tell me, you know, I think he's got something in there about, he likes to serve beer. He said he asked you guys, and you guys said nope. Well,
We brought in gluten-free beer for him.
and so that's the stuff. All the golfers keep telling me, it's, you know, and other than that, they're great to deal with. I mean, they pay the rent. I haven't had any problems getting the rent from them. I just don't think what they're more trying to be fine dining, and that place just needs to be hot dogs, some bar food, and to get about the lease, there's no legal there because you didn't follow any of the rules. And I mean, I had the town call me or thing about serving alcohol. They know our license does not, it's not to stay on our property. And they work under our license. So they were selling when they were catering with our license, and that's automatic. And then also I had Casey Downs with the RV park. call me last summer, whoever they had running the beverage park was over in there. So I've had them issues.
Billy, most of this would convey to the tenants. Have you talked with?
I've told them they have to make the golfers happy. And I would tell the golfers, try to talk to them. The feedback I got all the time was they're hard to talk to. I would always just tell Cindy, try to, because every time I'm over, it's really slow and stuff. So I was like, we gotta try to get the golfers to come in. I bought a $6,000 barbecue grill. How many times did you guys use that? I mean, that was.
We used it several times. We did barbecues, we did a hot dog cookout.
I mean, we were hoping the beverage cart would be out there every week. It maybe a couple of times. It's just, I know that, the food's good, so I'm not trying to, I'm just saying, I just don't think they got on board with the golfers. That's where we're at. And what's bad is, I got memberships, that they're like, I don't know if I want to buy a membership because I don't want to deal with that. Believe it or not, I know it sounds silly, but them golfers, that is a big, they want people to go in there and have reasonable beer, I had a lady call me matter and half because she got charged $18 for a glass of. I just tried to, I kept, because I know they were trying to, but I just think, from the very beginning, what kind of makes me mad is before we ever signed this thing, I met you guys, 4 or 5 times, and I kept saying, gotta have, we got to cater to the golfers, and I think that's where, right off the bat, we went more into this fine dining kind of thing instead of making it just a hot dog, sell alcohol, burgers, and stuff.
Thank you, Billy.
Nobody will respond now. Okay. So several things. Again, we had present our menus and to Billy and you guys before we even signed the lease. So shouldn't be a surprise of what our menu offerings were. We didn't subtract anything from them. We've only added, smash burgers. We extended happy hour, which you can get a beer for like $3. That goes till 6. Like Cindy said, with the ladies league talked to us, when they were there, we extended happy hour pricing through the evening for them. Yes, we close at 8 during fall and winter when golfers aren't there, but we stay open till 9 and we've even stayed open till 10 if the golfers were there drinking. Sometimes even 11. We've been there pretty late if the golfers were there drinking. Again, some of the complaints from the golfers were even before we took over, and we feel like we've never even been given a chance. Mike, yeah, he asked us for gluten-free beer. We started bringing in gluten-free beer. We've had golfers ask for high noons. We didn't have high noons. We brought in high noons. You could ask all of our regulars that come in, that they're happy with it because we do listen to them. They said one thing about you guys is that when we suggest something, you guys try to accommodate and put that on your menus. And again, with my second proposal of shortening our lease by the year, like I said, if you guys make known to us what the golfers are saying to you, which they aren't saying to us, regardless of what they're claiming, they're not talking to us. We will do our best to accommodate those requests, including beer on tap, including what's on the menu. We rather this would have been a discussion than, obviously you guys have a slew of complaints, sent to Billy. We have none. We have none. Nothing was brought to us. I think Cindy would like to say something.
I wish all of these complaints would have been brought to us. I don't think, I'm not unreasonable. If I were to have been told, your menu sucks, we don't like your menu, this is what we want. I've changed my menu over and over again to accommodate people. But how can I change that if I don't know anything? We've been told nothing. So how can that fix anything? How could any of these problems be fixed without us being told, this is exactly what the golfers are saying. This is what they don't like. This is what they hate. This is what they want to see change. I can take criticism. I can take complaints. I can take all of that. But I can't change anything if I don't know what the problem is.
And we've had pots of coffee that we've thrown away, that nobody's come in for as much as a single cup. We've had a freezer full of quick and easy burritos to warm up that we've eventually got freezer burned, had to throw away. We've had a lot of breakfast products that we've had to throw away, but yet we've still stayed open, yet we've still paid employees to be there, even though none of the golfers ever came in and had breakfast. We've had breakfast sales, but none of them were ever golfers. So, again, it's very disheartening for us. And again, we'd rather be working with you and the golfers for the next year, not even, and instead of, doing the alternative, which would be, us trying to fight and appeal this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Questions, comments from the board? Clayton, is this a voting item?
One more time?
Is this an item that we vote on?
Oh, voting, I think you said loading. Mr. Chairman, ultimately, you all made the decision prior.
Correct.
And so if you wanted to undo that decision, you can. But that's up to you guys.
Wonderful. That's all I need to thank you. Is there anyone that wants to make a motion in regards to amending our prior action? No? Mr. Dickerson?
The information that we had early on indicated that it's time to make a change and stick with.
Okay, at this point in time, the original vote determination stands. No further action will be taken.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point in time, we'll break for lunch. Okay, call the meeting back to order after lunch. Up next is the procurement policy. And everyone has the latest red line from Clayton, is that correct? If we're going through, we've had comment from who written that I'm aware of. Sheriff and Fire Warden. And then verbal from Andre. Sheriff, Larry, you're here. If you'd like to go ahead and address some of the items that we have, that would be wonderful. And then
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss the policy as well. You all got a copy of my email, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have concerning these proposals or changes. I think the biggest thing is feasibility, especially with the vehicle procurement policy. And I'm speaking specifically for the sheriff's office and not for the county as a whole. I think that would, I'm not going to speak for Billy, he can speak for himself, but I think this would be a tall task for him to undertake. No doubt that he probably could do it, but not without, considerable heartache and issues. And I really, if this policy in effect is trying to be more fiscally responsible, I think we would be going the opposite direction.
So I said, one of the. We'll step back and look at this from the beginning, if we can, Sheriff there.
Yeah.
When you own a business, this is the number of people do, and we go out for basic services. We go out and purchase tires. They're a single owner shop, and they go out and they hire to have it done. As my business grows, I hire employees to work for me and with me. And as my fleet grows, I'll eventually hire a mechanic to take care of my repairs, take care of fires, take care of different things like that. If that makes sense. The purpose for that is so I can have individuals on call to address my needs, and I don't have to book out weeks in advance. And when they go out, and this is only an illustration example, if you will, go out and purchase a tire for $300, that's what I pay, is $300. But if I go to an outside source, that outside source buys for $300. I hope I have the same buying power as outside businesses. And then they have their markup on it, X number of dollars. And then they have their own mechanic, tire changer that they hire. And they pay the hourly wage for them, but then they have a markup on that employee there's also. And at the end of the day, depending on the business that's doing it, this markup's going to be anywhere from 20 to 50% or greater, depending on where you do business. I'm using this as an illustration, not negating anything that you said, but county needs to look at this as a business and say, we have capability on payroll to go out and purchase these items. And then we have further the employees, the equipment needed to make the repairs, to make the changes. And these are all at cost, if you will, with no markup associated with. And so for us to say, well, we need to do business with different county businesses. And I agree with that to the extent of, if we have the resources to do it, then we need to do it in-house. Because ultimately, it saves every taxpayer money. And we're not on a frivolous basis. And I think that makes sense there. When it comes to the procurement policy, that's a different different topic, you might be interested in further exploring that, of course.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand, your concept and in a regular business world, I think that makes complete sense. However, I think we're missing the mark here, and I think we are going to end up costing the taxpayers more money, if we were to go with the current procurement policy as defined. I would agree that, Billy has remarkable workers at his county shop that can work on vehicles, however, they are limited. Right now, the sheriff's office has 5 different brands. We have Chevys, we have Fords, we have Jeeps, and we acquired a Toyota here a couple of years ago. In order for Billy to do the required updates or even the advanced diagnostics on those vehicles, would cost him and the county tens of thousands of dollars to get the specialized equipment needed to do that. The majority.
If I may interrupt you there, please.
Yeah.
Don't misunderstand, but that's up to Billy to determine for us. And I apologize, I mean no disrespect, but not for you to speak with it.
Okay, then I apologize for that then. But I would also say that we have some very specialized equipment that requires some specialized needs, which I know that the county does not have. That we are required to use vendors outside of either the county and the state of Wyoming for our vehicles.
And I appreciate that as a possibility to say, these are the things that the procurement policy from your perspective, the best is adequately. And these are the items that we need to use outside sources for. If that's something that is conversation like this. I don't know that. Okay.
So I guess if I were to have an ask, instead of creating policy based on assumptions, I think we need to have real numbers on what it's actually going to cost the taxpayers of this county before we put it into a policy.
I think that I'm only speaking as an individual. And again, it's not directed towards any department head or anyone. But at the same time, I see the reports, accounts payable coming in, and what I perceive to be excessive spending. And let me believe that the department heads, managers are encouraging that they're working on it. Being very responsible in a fiduciary manner with that. And then taking a look at the primary objective is to save taxpayer monies. That's a conversation that's been going on since last budget year before. Cut costs, not to spend. And if that's something that has not been fully embraced by different departments, then the commissioners will help them go that direction. Because there are items on vehicles that I don't know are viewed as excessive. And if the individual department heads are not able to come up with a process where they go out and in competitive bids on a regular basis, then if they're doing their job completely. That's just I believe.
Okay, I guess as a department head and also as an elected official, I would take offense to that because that's exactly what I try to do with my fiscal budget every year for the sheriff's office. And I mean, if that is the case, that you do feel that we are spending exorbitantly, then I think we need to, as the commissioners, you need to get the vouchers from the county clerk, go through, and then we have that conversation as to why you think that that's overspending or not spending wisely with our taxpayer money.
I just gave you the illustration of the tires, and that's the basic one.
Sure. My rebuttal was, so now our deputies are all over the county. Some live in South County, some live in North County. The time for them to take on their day off to bring a vehicle in for tires, for oil, is that going to be cost effective as to what we're saving by buying a bunch of tires? And that's where I go back to, let's get the numbers first, because I just have those. And let's see what's gonna be more cost prohibitive.
Sure. I'd like to add a little thing. I talked to one of Casey's deputies this weekend. And we didn't discuss the tires, but a simple oil change. He lives down here. He drove his vehicle off, did it service, picked it up when it's done, or he goes back on duty. $90 oil change, whatever it is. He figures if he has to go find they'll get time and a half on his days off, go over there and wait for it. It turns into a $300 oil change, which is something I hadn't thought of. Time you pay him overtime to go over, simple oil change for South County Rescue. After talking to him, one line makes sense right here locally.
So excuse my ignorance. But is he not capable, or the deputy not capable of leaving the vehicle in Pinedale, out with Billy, and taking another vehicle home?
So with our fleet currently, we don't have vehicles that we can just provide a deputy to take home for 2 days, 3 days off. We have to have those vehicles for our deputies that are on the road that are working. Did I answer your question?
I'm confused on that, because if they're off, then they take the vehicle home with them and it's there for the 2 or 3 days, or then stay at the.
So I guess I'm trying to clarify. So are you expecting them to drive their personal vehicle or have somebody pick them up and take them home?
So back to the question that I was asking on availability of units.
And that's where we don't, our fleet is diminished significantly because of the, no new vehicles for the past fiscal year. I've given my vehicle up, our patrol lieutenant has given his vehicle up, just so our deputies have a vehicle that is safe and reliable for them to respond to calls. We don't have a vehicle where we can just give to a county employee to leave their county vehicle to take home and stay there for their 2 days, 3 days off, then bring back to get their other vehicle.
How many units do you have to insure?
I don't know the exact number.
Other questions, comments?
Well, I'd like to make a comment. I can't. It's a little change for you, but I can tell you this. For my personal vehicle. I can call up and I can say, hey, I gotta get my oil changed and generator to change. My case. Take it to the provider that I use to find it. I can go in there, I'd like to sit there and then later I'm gonna go. So would appear to me. Because of average on oil change. I've had it after time after time after time. I request or ask, hey, can I get my vehicle back at such and such a time? Yeah, sure. I just went, sat down, and read a book. They give me the call and when they go, it's an hour or less and an oil change. So I'm looking at why should it be much different than for a deputy to call up and say, if he's in the county, we make a scheduled stop. Say, hey, I'm gonna be in town, I can be there at 10 o'clock, can you get me changed yet? I don't know, I'm not talking for Billy, I don't know how quick they are there, all I'm telling you is for my personal perspective. So my suspicion is they could set up that also. Is it a big deal? No, 1 or 2 is not, but over time it becomes one. And we talk about tires and that's been burr underneath for a long time. It's twice as much for any of the county departments buy tires and labor for the operation of the twice. That's a significant savings over time. Those are the kind of things that we look at and say, well, that's why that's in the procurement policy, because you guys as a group put us in a position of, do we care or do we not care? Do we listen to the community and say, hey, how come? We have an answer for the hey, how come? Sometimes we don't. Because we don't know why. Why is it okay to spend $1,500 on a set of tires when you can do it for $7? How do I answer that? And answer it truthfully. Those are the things over time that we're trying to slow down. As far as the vehicles go, I know the specialized equipment is something different. Get over there. But I'll guarantee you that if I go out there and I try to find 4 Ford Broncos or 4 Jeep Gladiators or whatever it might be, I can get them out very reasonable. You can bring them back and go get uplifts. I guess that's the terminology. Well, let's try to talk, but I don't think we're talking about that. What we're talking about is that the vehicle itself, permit policy that would allow. Here again, in this case, the ability to say, okay, we're gonna go, we'll get Fords, we'll get Jeeps, we'll get what you guys would like, but we're gonna put it together so that when it's all said and done. It's a substantial savings. Nothing wrong with that. I think the people that pay our salaries expect that, or they should. And I think that's what this procurement policy is designed to try to do, is to eliminate some overruns on things that are not necessary. And I understand the concerns you've got, understand the concerns of folks in front. But the primary concern should be, are we treating the taxpayers as prudently as we should be, or as we can be? From my perspective, that's the ultimate goal. I'm not gonna put you in a pink Studebaker, but I don't think you need a Cadillac either, so. In there that meet your needs. Satisfy somebody from outside that says, hey, how come they're driving $100,000 vehicle? In fact, you know, you're driving 60 and other stuff makes it it's 30,000-40,000 up vehicle. And so those are the kind of things I think we're looking at to try to bring back, if you will, in perspective. And the little things amount to big things over time. It's just the way it's been forever. So if we can slow down some of the little things, I think over time we'll accomplish good policies we can do. And for myself, when we put this together, I said, you know, I know there's gonna have to be some give and take. We're gonna have to put it out there, and we're gonna get some feedback from the department heads. And we're gonna say, and elected officials are gonna say, yeah, I don't know about this part, and that's why you're here today. So we can look at some of these things, figure out what's best overall for the community. I don't think anybody they have a vehicle to get the job done. But you're gonna be responsible for putting on the extra stuff. And I know there's a lot of it. That's, you know. So I think that, you know, for me, it's prudent to try to pare down some of the expenses if we can do so without getting any department. If it's a current policy, that's the reason. Especially the fact that if everything is pointed the way it looks like, we're going to be looking at the downside ability, so to speak. That makes it got some. I would prefer Matter of fact, I will not touch the salaries. I will not touch the employment factor. Because those people all need to make a living too, but it doesn't bother me in the least to cut out. I think might be a little fluff here, a little fluff there, and this time of the year, you begin to see some of that. All of a sudden, and not just from any one department, but most departments. Wow, where'd that come from? It's a $25,000. Some, you ever heard of it? You see a lot of that from now to the next budget session. And so that's the stuff from my perspective, I like to see cut out. Not the operation, but not the things that are necessary to do the job properly. But for those things that are under the fluff that maybe doesn't need to be involved. That's what I'm gonna look for, quite honestly, when we get into the next budget session. I'm gonna look, I mean, a year ago, I'm gonna stick my guns in some of this. Because I don't think it's wise, I don't care if you're a person, in private business, somebody is capable. I don't think it's wise to spend if you don't know if you're gonna have a company. Really, doesn't make sense to me. Well, if I take more out of my savings account than I put back in it, after a while, my savings account's gone. And that's the same thing with reserves accounting spend all the time. The amount of money we just will spend $1 million or something here today for 2 weeks. So over time, the reserves we've got, which looks huge. 5 years, may not look here that big, so we've got to try to figure out the government policy, I believe, is the way to start. We can maybe squeeze down some of the things. I understand everybody says, oh, I can't do without this. Well, that's okay, let's try it. That's my take on it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, Chairman Vickery. So to answer some of your points, again, I think we're going back to presumption. And I'm still one that works in, the facts. I don't want to create a policy based on assumptions or presumptions. And I heard you say that by ordering a lot of tires and not having to pay the taxes, not having to pay the shipping and handling, not having to pay, the up cost in that it's half of what we're paying right now. I'd like to see the real numbers on that, unless you have those. So, I mean, and I can also vouch for some of our local businesses too, that they aren't charging us any more than they charge the public on an oil change, on tire rotations, on the purchase of tires, just because we're a county entity. I personally know they would not do that to us or the county, because they're part of this community too. I
don't think there's limited to that. We should share there. That's the problem. Was not saying we overcharged the county versus the fire investment. That's part.
But I think that Commissioner Vickery had made the statement that the cost goes up because of that they get charged significant amount, percentage amount. To the other point about our deputies getting oil changes, tire rotations while they're on duty, we can do that, but you've received complaints, I've received complaints. If they see our deputy on the side of the road that's stationary for more than 10 minutes, they're calling me and saying, hey, why is he responding to traffic? Why is he stopping vehicles? Now we're gonna have deputies that are gonna be sitting in a lobby in uniform. What's the public perception gonna be there?
Well, I don't know, I want to. But if you want to do that, I can, and I don't want to, but I'm gonna pay right now. Go around the county and ask people. They'll say, I'm gonna do that, you park down here side by side, wondering what to do. I drive by up there, Guthrie, time after time after time. The guys are sitting there, one face the one way, one the other. I've come by there, when they face one side and one the other, driving 65 miles an hour. But I asked me to see, he's in a hurry to get in the Pine, which is a whole mile and a half. I know he's going 80. Well, why don't we throw a light on that guy? I don't know why. Doesn't make any difference. I'm not the one that's gonna do it. I'm gonna stay within in the speed limits on that. But it happens. I see, talked about the fish hatchery turn, time after time. I've traveled that far. Time after time after time, and I know they're doing a good job. Don't get me wrong. But we did with folks in the county for the last. Decades, we need them all. I respond to what happened.
But I need to come back to the point of order and we're off topic there. There's few job descriptions of deputy versus health and policy and part of the policy with it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief and I'll end. But again, I appreciate the opportunity to at least talk about it and discuss it. I think there's a lot of education that can be done on both sides. And I may be happy to sit down and listen to that as well, because I'm not not an accountant, and but I do, personally, I take it upon myself to responsibly budget every year. I can tell you for the past decade, the word has been to maintain or cut our budgets. And I've done that every year. My budget that I had in 2016 when I started is probably more or equal to the budget I have now. And so it's government, I understand, we need to deal with cuts. And we cut all the time. And we've cut positions within the department through attrition instead of having to let people go. I dismissed my undersheriff just so we wouldn't have to cut employees. No longer have that, that position to help out with all of our departments. So I understand working in government. I've done it long enough to know that, yeah, this is what we deal with. We're not a private entity where, we can just create more money or money can come in and we have that luxury. But I also want you to know that I'm not someone that is for fluff, or I feel that we allow our deputies, any of our department to add fluff to our budget every month. So with that,
And I appreciate that. I'll look at it. That being said, do you think that there would be the opportunity and or latitude to sit down and say what the commission is proposing, deal, and what I have maybe on the opposite end of the spectrum and might have a place in between that we make this that should both everyone's needs. Is that a possibility?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. The thing is we've cut all the fat that we can with the increase in taxes, prices, inflation. It's difficult. And I'm afraid if we are going to cut, it'll have to be personnel, and I'm prepared for that. So.
Personnel is that company sorry.
I appreciate that sentiment, and I think the ones that are on the online appreciate that sentiment too. So.
And so it's not all. How do we do that working together? And people would, and I understand procurement policy hasn't been broached before, obviously. And so all you can do is take the best approach at the onset and hope that you come up with a way to collaborate with the different departments and they have constructive dialogue with their students. Yes. you're wrong on how this works, but you missed this, we can save money here. So that's all we're trying to do is share it there.
Yep, and I do, and I think I said that at the beginning, and I appreciate just the opportunity to talk about it. But I do have to, I have to disagree with some things, and I'm happy to sit down and discuss those. I think we actually need to put dollars to dollars, to make sure that we are saving the tax people money.
I really appreciate it. Really working on it, just because it's not. Right? So we'll work together and see what we can come up with.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else, please?
Sure. I'm just, my issues, what I see with it, with road and bridges. I'm kind of different than a lot of departments, because everything I do is a lot of money, you know. I order fuel every 10 days, that's always over 35,000, and so the 35,000 is the bid. I paid the fuel anyway. I guess my whole thing about the 7,500 and the 35,000 is everything I do, you know, culverts, you know, when I order them, I always bid everything, get prices. My biggest thing is, and I'm an open book, I'll bring you guys, I'll talk to you every 2 weeks on everything I do. The $7,500 thing, to get approval and stuff after that. If I have a motor grader go down, most time it's always over $7,500 to get it fixed. And that's the stuff just scares me a little bit, because I'm afraid it's gonna hinder. I mean, we're 7 days a week, 24/7 if we have to. And so I jump on getting stuff fixed and everything, and then like fuel and the seal bid thing, I kind of don't know if that's gonna work. The timeframe's what scares me on stuff. Cutting edges, I always, you guys see the invoices, I spend $200,000 a year on cutting edges. A set of blades that I go through, probably 3 sets a year. On my motor graders, they're 28,000 a set. But a lot of it's availability, I watch when I'm buying these parts, a lot of times, where I get my cutting edges and stuff, they're 60 days out. 90 days out, so if they're in stock, I'll buy an extra set, because I know I'm gonna use them. That's the stuff that kind of scares me, just the money wise. So, if I had a way to come to a meeting and say, hey, I need to, it's just, I'm afraid it's gonna slow process down a little bit for me. That like the fuel, every 10 days, like I said, it just depends on fuel prices. Fuel prices were lower, so I've been about 38,000 every 10 days. But now, I'll be up to, because of the prices, I'll be more 40, 50,000. So I guess with me, the number wise kind of affects my operation. And like I said, I'm an open book. I've been doing the road and bridge budget since 2007. I think I'm kind of like Casey. If you look at some of my budgets, I'm way lower than I ever have been, on stuff. And I know this year's bad. I'm not gonna ask for any equipment, anything. I'm at the point of bare bones too. The only thing I can cut more is personnel. The thing that scares me is like our equipment and stuff is getting, it's all pretty much off warranty. You guys know, we talked last year about my motor graders. I tried to get rid of them around 8,000 hours, more than half of them have right there. My plow trucks, I know everyone says, oh, road bridge got new trucks. Almost every one of them trucks are 25 years old. And so this winter, I was lucky. We didn't have a winter, so I didn't have to push them, but the things that, and things get I mean, it's fine, I keep them going, but it costs more money to fix them, the stuff that's breaking is more expensive. So that's what scares me about this 35,000 stuff now, that, you know, I don't know how you want me to do the parts and stuff like that, cause you see, I mean, I had that dozer go down. And, you know, that was just for one little, pump, you know, motor, hydrostatic motor on it, and then, you know, it was 46,000. So that's my, you know, I mean, my problems with it is just the dollar amount for my operation, you know? I do bid everything out, I mean, I bid out all the propane for all the buildings every year. I estimate how much we're gonna use, I mean, I try to save the county as much money as I can. On the tire thing, I submit them forms every year, so we get the government discounts, so we get them for half price. So I do not try to just, blow my budget, I really don't. But on some things, like a sealed bid over 35,000 is kind of, you know, that's gonna take a lot of effort to put in there, you know, to make sure that we don't get ourselves in trouble. And I mean, I guess I don't know how particular you want to be on them bids and stuff like that. If we, you know, and a lot of it's just time and availability with my department, yeah, of getting stuff. So that's all.
So when you said that you accumulate things and then submit for government pricing,
Yeah,
when you purchase a tire at one of the outside vendors, are they also subject to government pricing?
no, you gotta, no local person can get government pricing. You gotta be a government agency. You gotta fill out forms and everything. And we gotta put, you know, all our information and stuff down. And then I have to sign when we get every year, I have to sign saying that them tires will only be used on government vehicles.
So with that said, and because I don't know, I would presume that you could pick up tires for the sheriff's department also for his vehicle.
Correct, and we have sometimes Casey can buy off of this too.
Right, only through
Road Bridge, yeah.
okay, so if he happens to go X, Y, Z out here in public, the commissioner, Victory, Steve, that would be fine.
Yeah, you gotta, like, every year, you get this, you fill out the thing, you know, like, right now, it's Goodyear, Firestone, and Bridgestone. Is the government, you gotta use them brands, they're the ones that got the government discount, that do the. And so, you have to buy those brands. And you have to go through this, you know, through like, you gotta be used for government vehicles and then you can get that price. And like right now, the only, you know, you gotta deal with dealers, all dealers, it's all the same price. The dealer can't change prices. You know, because you got the list from the federal government sends you the list of what they gotta charge you for their tires. So like right now, the two suppliers that only sell their brands is Tire and Commercial Tires, so that's where I get my tires.
So Commissioner Victory at 50%. Is correct.
Yeah. And they're not, you know, a lot of guys I've heard, you know, they're going for seconds, they're not. It's just, it's just these tire companies bid on this government discount, you know, they're working in volume.
One of the statements earlier, outside of today's meeting was that by doing some of this, they're going to be understaffed. What's your feeling in regards to that?
No, I'm not. I mean, right now, I mean, I got plenty of mechanics. We can get them in whenever. You know, right now, normally, you know, they, like Casey said, his guys will drop the vehicle off and on their days off, and we do all the oil change, and we rotate the tires and everything, and we just, you know, then they pick it up on their days off. Like like Casey is right, like, we have your basic, which we have the same as most everybody in Pinedale, you know, computer wise to plug in and they'll tell you kind of what's going on with them. If it's something major, normally I just throw them on the transport and I run them, you know, to a dealer and get whatever needs done. That's what I do with my trucks and other trucks. But that it isn't feasible to try to keep up with all the, because the monthly fees on the computer systems and that are just unreal. You know, we did a little bit, when Casey had a bunch of Dodges, we did, and I had a bunch of Dodges, we bought the Dodge. I think we paid back then like 12,000 a year. And then every time it was like every other month you had to upgrade it. It was 25 here, 2,500 here, 20. So it's more feasible to just, if, you know, we can look and see what the problem is, and if it's, most everything's electronics now and stuff. So it's just easier just to haul it down there and get it fixed and bring it back.
Thank you for that. Are you comfortable going through this and identifying different areas of hardware and seeing if we can't find a work through?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to kind of let you know where I'm at, you know, I mean, and I'm, like I said, I'm different in a lot of departments, everything I seem to deal with is big numbers, you know. Yeah, you know, but I do try I get pricing on everything I do, I get pricing. When I buy pickups or semis or whatever, or board graders, I have my spec and I send them out, you know, to John Deere, to Matsu, I send them out to everything and, you know, a lot of them don't meet my spec. We have certain, you know, like on some of the snow, you know, I want my motor graders to be versatile, and some of them you can't run wings on and stuff like that, so that's how I eliminate a lot. But I do try saving the county money, and I try to do every opportunity I can get to bid and do these government programs and that. I do try doing them all. But I was just kind of worried about the seal bid and it's over the 70 to wait after. I mean, if I can, you know, I'll work however you guys want me to do, just if I can contact somebody and, you know, with you guys or something over $7,500, so I don't have to wait, get stuff ordered or stuff like that, you know, I'm open.
Further, can you come up with your individual proposals on different areas?
I can.
You know, values.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because I certainly don't know what you know, Billy, and I can't presume to put myself in a position, so you got it.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Anyone else, please?
You go, I'm the last.
I'm sorry?
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Chief Cooper today. He sent you an email. I'm here to answer any questions you might have on his email, but I do encourage you to speak with Chief Cooper, Sheriff Weir, Billy Tate, people that operate specialized equipment that we can all get together and have a working solution to a positive procurement policy. I know for my years working with Sublette County, I can honestly say I have watched every penny that has been spent through the sheriff's office when I worked there, through fire. I know that when Chief Cooper is working on a new fire truck, it takes him weeks to put together a spec sheet. Precise, he's very thorough. It doesn't come lightly to him. He watches every penny as well. Unfortunately, fire equipment is very expensive, such as road and bridge equipment is very expensive. If you have any questions, I'll take them now. If not, I encourage you, rather than voting on this today, to table it and work with Sheriff Lear, Chief Cooper, and Billy, and come up with a working solution that works for every department in Suffolk County.
Thank you, no, that's why it has been sent to this. If we were of a different mindset, we would have said, here, here's work with us.
Perfect.
But rather, I think, okay, first step, and say, no, the department heads, question you can challenge you and ask them for assistance to establish a procurement system. Because as a body, believe that I'm not out of line, correct me if I'm wrong. We think we can do better. And every dollar we save is not my dollar, it's not your dollar, it's the taxpayers' money.
Exactly.
And our responsibility as elected officials is to try to save as much as possible. And it's not attacking department heads or different individuals, elected officials. It's the nature of what we're doing. That's all it is. So please work with us and come up with something that's workable for everyone. And if you want to create an adversarial application with us, well, they have to go. And I think that makes sense. That's all we're asking, help, please.
Okay. Did you have any questions on this email?
I'll chat with Chad here next week or so.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Hopefully all my questions get answered in that.
Right, yeah. Mr. Chairman, just what I want to touch base on is, definition of emergency, kind of just because like Blake and that with maintenance, we're kind of in the same boat. We got really expensive buildings, and anything can happen at any time. And I just don't want to be scared to pull the trigger on some, if we're having to do, for example, 3 weeks ago, we had fire alarm system dump, fill the system full of water. And that system, actually goes outside on the north side of my building, and being 9 degrees and 2:30 in the morning, I have to call fire engineering at 2:30 in the morning and get vehicles rolling so we can get water out of those lines before they freeze and break. And that's usually over $7,500 when we have to do that. Fire engineering is our company, countywide, that takes care of all of our systems. So I guess I don't know what that would look like if that fell outside of your definition of emergency. If you're gonna start bidding some of those services out to do price comparison on that, or if we're needing to call for approval. Because I don't think you guys want to hear from me at 2:30 on Sunday morning for water and the fire system. So I just want to make sure that the definition of emergency for those kind of things, we're all on the same page. And then the same thing, like if one of my wells go down or something like that, when I have people on the fairgrounds, we only have a couple different well drillers in the county. We have one that takes care of us right now, so I just want to make sure that, I just don't want to make a decision on Saturday and be fired on Monday kind of deal.
Paul's a yes.
Right. I've been here since 2011, made a lot of decisions, since then to, help with some of this, and I just, yeah. Just want to make sure that like some of our definitions, and I know they got some of the same concerns probably. Just because some of the equipment in our buildings are so much more than that 7,500. So that's all I just bring up to you is if we can get that maybe worked out between the two of us.
Sure. And it's pretty much like explain to Billy Payton, Sheriff Blair. Let's find something looking at. Try to come to a common agreement on it. And common statutory rule. Moving forward, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Blake, he answered all your questions, but we don't need to hear from you. Do you have something, Blake?
Commissioner's I think they addressed most of them. I mean, I think mine and Andre's biggest question was, going into budget, like, are we expecting to have all of these things done? But it sounds like we're gonna move the ball down the road. Which our budget's a little bit different than the way Billy is, because, he plans for his projects and the engineers help him decide what the cost estimate should be. And then later on, when they actually do the project, you bid it out, where all of the things that are usually in our budget, other than emergencies, or that are things that we want to replace that are broke or that we know has to be replaced, like the air conditioners, things of that sort. All that's bid out and we find the price, and that's how it gets put in the budget to start with. And so that's somewhat confusing in that about invoices of if it's already in the budget, because pretty much everything.
So it's a major component in the budget. We have X number of dollars. We have the money set aside. Why would you not call 2 or 3 other vendors to find out what they're pricing? Yep, we've already planned for it, but maybe you can save $10,000 by quick, comparable shopping at that point. That makes sense.
It does, but most of those projects, we already got a bid from everyone, and the number that we put in the budget was the lowest person.
Okay,
And then a lot of those things are
6 months later, it may not be.
true, but a lot of those things are equipment where when the budget is first passed, those people get their checks and they order equipment and then it gets installed later. So, like the air conditioner project at the courthouse, perfect example. July 17th, the budget got passed. Will orders those. They don't even show up on site until the end of December. And then hopefully Steve gets some power this week and we actually commission next week. I mean, it is a year-long the whole entire budget cycle just to get that one project done. And then my other big concern is it has taken, and Jay can attest to this, it has taken 15 years since I took over fire suppression responsibilities, which still not exactly sure how I got that job, but I got, and I've done tried really hard to save a lot of money. So in 2011, when I took over, it was every department did their own inspections. It was a mess. It took like 2 months, $70,000 between what everyone spent for $70,000 just to get inspections done. Nothing to do with actually fixing deficiencies and keeping your stuff running. And when Andy bestowed that project upon me, we bid everything and it kind of came down. And then, literally we do time and materials now. And last year, with time and materials, I got it done for $31,000. Like, where there's vast amounts of times when time and materials is drastically cheaper than the bid process, because when you're having people bid stuff, they plan for every horrible disaster in the world, which I wish there were some oil field people here, but where even the oil field, most bad construction and stuff now, they do time and material because they don't want all those people putting a new motor grader tire on there for the price of 12 grand when the motor grader never broke down the whole time they did the job. And maybe that's one of those things that you were talking about, where there's certain things that time and material is super, super cheaper than a bid process. And then I get the pricing services, but the people at fire engineering know not only did they build almost all of our fire suppression in our buildings up until independent living, we have a great business relationship with those people. I can call one of those people at 4 o'clock in the morning when there is a disaster, and they will, sometimes it takes a second phone call, but they will get up and answer the phone and help me talk through our problem so that our property is not being more destroyed, and get it to a point where We don't have to do an emergency service call at 2:30 in the morning because that starts at about $5,000 to have them roll a truck in the middle of the night. Where if we go to the thing where every year it's changing to someone different, all those relationships are thrown out the window. And, the other good example was that 2 years ago when you were having the high school final rodeo? 2 days before the rodeo, one of Jay's pipes break, which pretty much have to shut the whole fire system down. So nobody can be technically in the ag center. Jay calls me, I get on the phone with fire engineering and they're like, oh, it'll be like Monday before we can build pipe. Before we can get the pipe built and get back up there because the shop's really busy. And so I told the salesman, I was like, well, I'll call James and I'll see how busy the shop really is. I have great rapport with the people in the shop. I call the shop, tell James where we're at, and I really need this piece of pipe made. James goes, I'll get it done, call the office back, tell him, schedule the people for tomorrow. James stays late, builds a pipe. Next day they're up, put it in, and the high school rodeo goes off without a hitch. Where if we get rid of those relationships, those kind of things will not happen. And those people, we aren't paying extra. They know that we are always going, it's just give and take, where they know they are gonna help us. Where most fire companies only do one thing, like they do inspections, but they don't do service work. And then it is a mess because it'll be like 2011 where you have the fire marshal standing there telling you, well, I'm gonna kick everyone out of the courthouse because you have deficiencies that aren't being addressed. And until you get them addressed, nobody's gonna be in the building. And it was really hard to get to the point we're at where I just don't want to go backwards. Because I've done it as cheap as humanly possible. And I really, to all the department heads here, I think we can all attest that they've done a better job than anyone else. Like, they know how our stuff works. That's about it.
Thank you. This is the first step in the process. We received your concerns and are willing to discuss and come to different working options if available. And hopefully work together on this. But the bottom line again is to address the expenditure of the taxpayer dollar. And it's not directed towards any individual or any specific department head or elected official. It's our duty to do this for the taxpayers. Commissioners? Up next.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Just for clarification, you want to make any changes to that procurement policy at this point, or is that something you guys are gonna think about and we'll do another day?
Well, I thought perhaps I wasn't clear, but I requested the different department heads to sit down and take a look at what's printed here and see if there's some viable options that they're capable of working with, and then we can sit down again and address them, and commissioners can use that as a working model to see what we can adopt and move forward with.
Okay, so that'll be a different discussion than today.
Correct.
Okay, just thank you for that clarification.
No, you're welcome. Thank you. And is that something that the department heads comfortable with 2 weeks, or do you need a month out? Any
2 weeks for fire.
2 weeks? Anyone else? Preference? Sheriff Lear, 2 weeks, 4 weeks? 2 weeks is fine. Thank you. We'll address it again next meeting. Thank you. Clayton, is that good?
Yes, that would, thank you for the clarification.
Up next is Clayton Malinkovich. Board of County Commissioners bylaw resolution.
I just have the resolution for you guys to sign.
Anything else in addition to that?
That's all I got.
We have an executive session requested for 16:05. Roman numeral three.
So are you guys gonna sign that resolution before you go to your executive session, or you do that afterwards?
Didn't already approve this, we use this.
You need to approve the bylaws, now you just need to vote to approve the resolution and then sign the resolution. And that resolution gets recorded, in that. It gets recorded as part of the county record. As a resolution.
But is there a resolution number or is that?
Yes, it's at the top, guys.
Motion to approve resolution 25-100519B, adoption of Board of County Commissioner meeting rules.
Second. There's a motion second to the action of county commission meeting rules. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Four in favor, one opposed. Said four in favor, one opposed. But you need to sign it though.
Well, we went through this before, I don't have to sign.
Your new rules say you do.
I think, well, that's what I'm saying. It hasn't passed yet, so I'm not gonna sign it.
It has passed. It already passed.
I tell you what, you got troubles coming.
The motion to go into executive session to 16:405, Roman 3. Motion for that, please. Second.
Three or nine? Did you say Romanet 3 or did you say Romanet 9?
Did 3.
You should say 9.
Okay, correction to 9.
That's not right.
Otherwise, confidential. Quick,
What?
you're gonna be quick, right? I'm just covering them all. Okay. Less than 10 minutes. Okay. Probably less than 5. Okay.
Okay, if you excuse us, please, ladies. Up next. Jim Thaxton, administrative update.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, to the chair, he called me, so. We just stepped outside. Do you want me to go get them? Is that who you're speaking about?
I'm confused. She asked.
Am I up or are they up? Is the question.
Well, you've also got public health, so if you wanted to, because I think Jan is trying to get back to the clinic.
She's just outside. Here?
Sorry, I've got her from the gallery, which is against the rules. I apologize there.
Following the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us come. I have a few updates that I wanted to go through with you. I wanted to, let some of my staff do the bulk of it. So you want to start then? Sure. Okay, we'll start with gambling. Bonds I'm gonna ask you.
I'm Becky Crow, work in suicide and substance abuse prevention. I also work with gambling funds. The county does, and that's what we're bringing to you today. To hopefully you'll approve to receive these funds into the county. And thankfully, that's mostly when you see me, it's about approving funds that are convenient. So thank you for support of prevention. With this problem gambling, I did want to give you a little information about problem gambling in Wyoming. It is increasing as the gaming industry expands more and more into Wyoming. And of course, they have to pay funds to each county to try to offset the consequences of problem gambling. So here's a little information on that. Our youth are at higher risk. And I guess that's hopefully a live and learn moments for our youth, but also it can turn into long-term problems. But it's about it's 29% for young men and 26% for young women 18 to 29 have reported in Wyoming, reported 2 or more gambling related problems. Problem gamblers have a higher risk of suicidality, and individuals with a gambling disorder face 15 times higher suicide mortality than the general population. But problem gambling is preventable and treatable, and that's what we use these funds for. In the past, I've used them to create our prevention website, but also to add problem gambling information on there, resources available to folks. Also, I put out weekly, almost social media information, not always about problem gambling, but all things prevention that goes out into the community. The funds have been used to train people in trauma-informed coaching. That includes financial responsibility. And so that's an impact. Hopefully the coaching impacts problem gambling as well. And then just a few weeks ago, we trained all middle school students at Big Piney and financial mismanagement that includes problem gambling, and we tied it into suicide prevention as well. But that's where these funds have been spent. So just encourage you to continue to let us procure these funds and use them in the county.
When you say we talk, are you talking about yourself? Or?
Yes, and I also, for the middle school students, I brought in someone from the Prosper team we've been working with for the past 2 years. We have them for another year. They're through the governor's initiative. This team is one of like 100 in the whole world that study suicide, and we've been fortunate to have them in Sublette County for the past 2 years and been able to offer a lot of trainings. This is one that we work together on to tailor to our middle school students because we think it is in our young people. That's where we're hoping to see some changes in a lot of things, problem areas we have in the county. But that's yes, so as a part of that, along with Brain and the Prosper team.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And that training was well received. Those kids have been through a lot, and they like to have the opportunity to share their experiences, but 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and every hand is raised that they've lost somebody to suicide in Big Piney schools. And that's just shocking to me that what our young people are going through. And we hope to bring more things into the county as I can find more grant funds to bring in that will help our folks as well. One other thing I'll mention briefly is there was a survey, I think, sent to you from the director of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. A survey went out from Wyoming Department of Health about as long as some reporting on prevention in general at a state level. I do have it in print, but you should have gotten an email. And I'd love for you to look at those reports. I do get you a county report on a yearly basis on what the work we've been doing in prevention, but if this also has a survey that you can complete to see what you would like to. If you would take the time to, that would help us in how to, at the state level, it would help them to create those reports you would like to see. On prevention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a letter of support. If you're willing to sign that, we would receive an additional $5,795.20 next year under the gambling fund.
And I would to approve the letter presented to you to request the extra money from the county.
Second.
The motion second to release $5,795.20 from the gambling fund. And motion is second, any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
So, where's it coming? I haven't. I
Yeah.
have a question.
My case, Commissioner. But you open it up for discussion.
No,
I have a question now that we've approved it. Yeah. He's got to talk about his gambling.
It's okay, go ahead, Doc.
No, actually, it shows my inability, I guess, to pronounce a word. And so what is that word? I look at it saying suicidality or something like that. What does that actually mean?
Higher risk of dying by suicide.
Why is it just suicide?
I don't know.
We need to have this.
Okay, that's all.
If you've got it.
And then
Yep.
the other thing I was gonna
I don't have one.
comment, my understanding is the legislature has to be which eliminates some points for gambling in the state. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, yeah, the legislature stuff at the legislature, yeah. I didn't follow that though.
Well, I know, I guess this is the, like the bar, and I'm speaking of in Suffolk County, have what they call Queen of Hearts, I think, is what it is, or an ace of spades, or whatever. And so you buy a chance, and they got all the cards up on it. Most folks are familiar with that, it seems. You got all the cards on the board, I think. It's not familiar with that. So the deal is, you play it. So the deal is, they've got this array of deck of cards, and you buy a chance to pull one, and if it's a queen of hearts, ace, whatever that one is, turn that card over, and if you happen to have won it, which is the right one, you win whatever you bought. And some of these things just go on and go on and go on. And they determined that the gaming commission doesn't seem to be getting anything out of it because the bars are keeping the profits that arrive from it. So therefore, let's just eliminate it. And so that's what they've done. And I don't know how far back it reached. I mean, it's pretty issue. I'm sure there's other things out there.
You know, I think the sports betting and all the online stuff is what's really exploding right now. As far as the number of years.
Yeah, I'll just speak to that a minute. I'm not sure how they can enforce that, change, but it is, it isn't, the online gambling is rapidly, becoming addictive to many of our seniors. You know, you can do it on your phone and you see ads all the time. If you're short on money, just download this app and you'll win all this money, which we all know it's not how it works. But it's highly they really do a lot of marketing to try to draw people in at that level. But where we've seen problems in like people like losing their life savings Like they just keep betting and betting and betting until everything's gone. And then that's where it becomes a community problem because you have people who are without resources. That's that. And then as Jana mentioned, the sports gambling that happens real time during games and things that people can bet on. And it's easy to get caught up in and spend more than you have to lose.
Thank you. Okay, then I want to introduce our new public health response coordinator, Nadia Giffen. Started with us full-time at the end of last month, and she's going to give you a little update on her AED project.
Hello, it's nice to meet you guys. I'm Nadia Giffen, used to work patrol for the sheriff's office, so I understand the oil change issue. Jana had started this great project with AEDs and first aid kits that I tried to help take over as well. And thank you for the support from the county commissioners to supply the AEDs and first aid kits. And we were able to put them in 12 different county buildings. And then we also partnered with Emergency Medical Director DJ Mary. And he provided a training for 30 employees on first aid and life-saving basics. And they're the employees that are going to be point of contacts or they're located in these different buildings as well. So they'll understand how to use the equipment. And then since they are accessible to the public, I also wrote an informative article for the Pinedale Roundup, which will be posted in their next article or their next edition. And I also sent it to the Western Region Healthcare Coalition, which encompasses Sweetwater, Sublette, and Teton County. And just let them know the project that we have been doing here in our county. And so in the informative article I wrote for the Pinedale Roundup, I just addressed some concerns that people may have when it comes to AEDs. So DJ Mary brought up a great point. Like one of the biggest things is people are concerned if they use an AED, it may harm somebody, so they don't even want to use it themselves. And I wrote in the article, AEDs, they are regulated by the FDA. Those few minutes before emergency help arrives, an AED can save a life during those few minutes. When you turn on the AED, it'll clearly tell you what to do once it turns on. And then dispatch, they're also trained to help cover over the phone how to do CPR, guided use of an AED, administering Narcan for opioid use or other life-saving measures. And I did double check with dispatch too, that they are able to do all of that over the phone as well. And then another concern people have is if they interfere that there's a potential chance for a lawsuit. So I also wrote in there that Wyoming has a Good Samaritan law. I also had sent this and just made sure to clarify with Clayton as well that the article was okay. And I just quoted the statute book directly, what the Good Samaritan law states, which is persons rendering emergency assistance exempt from civil liability, any person licensed as a physician and surgeon under law of the state of Wyoming, or any other person who in good faith renders emergency care or assistance without compensation at the place of an emergency or accident is not liable for any civil damages for acts or omissions in good faith. So hopefully that will address any fears people have with potentially using the AED or equipment as well. And then the public health department, we're also maintaining the equipment by replacing expired pads and batteries. And then there's a point of contact for each AED and first aid cabinet, and they're supposed to do monthly checks on the AEDs as well. And then we check that to make sure that those are getting done. And then in November, a technician will come out to test the AEDs to make sure that they are working properly as well. And then what is inside the AEDs and first aid kits is Jenna was smart. She decided to use the same AEDs as what our emergency services use. So hopefully when they come, they won't switch them out. They can still use the exact same machine. BJ let us know that they probably will, just out of habit. They'll probably place their own ones on, but that's okay too. And then the first aid cabinets, they contain first aid kits, a stop the bleed kit, which has like a tourniquet, wound compression, gauze, etc. A life back kit, which is good for like suctioning. Like say, for example, you can't do CPR because it's a very large person. You can't get your arms around them. You could use something like a life back kit to try and dislodge whatever is obstructing their throat. And then also Narcan for any opioid overdoses as well. And then I also, in the news article for the roundup, I listed the next upcoming CPR trainings. And the next one that's coming up is occurring at the PAC. And then the locations that they are in are Circuit Court, County Courthouse, Road and Bridge, Fairgrounds, Golf Course, Ice Rink, both libraries, both public health offices, Rendezvous Point Senior Center, and the Southwest Sublette Pioneer Senior Center in Marbleton. And thanks again for supporting the project. I think it'll be really beneficial for the county in case anybody has an emergency and it's accessible for the public to use as well. So thank you. Do you have any questions from you? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think that project's pretty well out the door and we had a really good turnout. So thanks for your support on that one. Okay, other updates I wanted to let you know about, the nurse I had hired full-time resigned at the beginning of this month. So I, need to request that we can fill that full-time position. It is, I'll remind you, it's a full-time state nurse position, so 65% of that position is paid for by the state and 35% from the county. So no change really, but we would be opening up that job again. The other thing I wanted to update you on is I have talked several years about trying to get a women's health project up and running. I found a nurse practitioner, Stephanie Claudianos, that is willing to work 1 day a week. She's Bob Claudianos from the fire department, his wife. And she's done women's health in the past. She works in Jackson also, but we would be looking to try to start that clinic 1 day a month, doing women's health exams, CAPS tests, just wellness exams, mostly for people that are uninsured and underinsured. So, you guys had allowed a $12,000 line that I haven't spent any money out of this year, but I just wanted to make sure that we were good to go moving forward as I work with Clayton and to try to get a nurse practitioner under contract that we can start working through all the pieces to try to get that clinic up and running 1 day a month. And I'll bring more of that to you at budget time, but yeah, we haven't been able to bill and really prove that program yet, and I appreciate your support that 1 more year to let us help it transition off the ground. Then our last item is back to building discussion for public health.
In regards to building and public health, what's your search going? What have you come up with?
You want to give me the authority? I'll do it. Tell me how much money we got.
Look at several different options, of course, the different buildings that are available coming up. Too small, etc. We're not under contract with anyone at this point in time. There are a couple of buildings that have come available in the recent past couple of weeks, I'm thinking. And if we continue to look at the different options, Jenna, and when we brought up something last week that I think we're going a certain direction, and then you throw a curve at us, and so you have to stop and gather. And I believe that you brought up half or portion of the half of the town hall.
So first I wondered if we got any resolution on proactive building that.
I'm just looking at.
No, I know. I know we never explored. I know the hospital district threw that out there, that the town might be willing to lease half the building. But obviously, if we could have a permanent location that's county owned, that would be preference. But I think that's why I threw it out there. It's just like nothing we have to really explore.
We have, an offer on the table with Proactive.
Okay.
That we'll address in the next couple of weeks. In the interim, it'd be nice to, ascertain what is occurring, with that recently, with the town of Pinedale. We talked about longevity or tenure of, having the clinic there, and you take a look at the prices today versus these, we could probably come up with something long-term lease that's, which is there 10, 20 years, after a large cash outlay at the beginning.
Okay. So are you asking like myself or me and Janess to go start conversations or ask them to come to the table?
Take a look at it, see if it, gives you the space and features that you need and the price of it. If that's something that is an option that we along with other properties. And it may not, but we don't know if we ask. Like, I think they have that one ring over there that only has one tenant that we can evict in it. What would that be?
I know.
If that makes sense. We're not sure what direction we're going with existing proposal at this point in time. Okay. I think we're getting close to kind of the resolution, if that makes sense, and we want to make sure that we're not keeping ourselves saying we should explore this also.
And again, to the thing next meeting. Second meeting in March is when
That's today.
So, let's be careful. Yes. Oh, are you saying proactive? Thank you. See your emails this morning. Okay, look, okay. There is correspondence in that regard from proactive this morning. Not in a position to discuss it today because we haven't been through identifying the different pros and cons of that. You're comfortable with the advice, we'll keep that set aside in the next meeting.
I think we'll be my email.
Well, maybe you want to. Okay. So right now, that's as much as I can call challenge.
Okay.
Thank you. And anything else from you? Thank you. Great. Okay.
Scan it. Did you? Yeah, because I can't scan it.
I think we're up the Chamber of Commerce. We have Christie Devlin, maybe that first as well.
Yep, Christy Devlin. I am the marketing membership coordinator for Sublette County Chamber of Commerce. Thank you guys for giving us this time. We're a little taller. So we're here today to talk about a problem that we're seeing in our community and how we are hoping to address it, how we're hoping to get your support. So keeping Wyoming talent in Wyoming. It's a strategic overlook of workforce retention and economic development and what the chamber is doing about it. So the problem that we are seeing is that we are losing a lot of our own people. Wyoming has a talent retention crisis. We raise and educate our young people and watch them leave. In their place, we import workers from out of state and fill the jobs our own residents could hold. The cycle drains local wealth, weakens community ties, and makes long-term economic growth harder to sustain. And then I have some pretty large statistics. And then your last page is where those statistics are from, just because they are large. So I just wanted to make sure you can go look for yourself if you have any questions about them. So 60% of Wyoming-born residents leave before their 30s. That's the highest rate in the nation. 2 times the national average out-migrate rate, which is young adults leave Wyoming at twice the rate as other states. And 66% of UW graduates relocate after earning their degrees. More than 2/3 of the University of Wyoming students surveyed said for their future in Wyoming was a maybe or a no. For every 1 new Wyoming resident gained, 5 people were needed to compensate for those leaving. And the majority leaving are between 25 and 34, which is, your main workforce. Sublette County median age is 43.5. That is the highest in Wyoming and above the median average of 38.9 in the nation. The county's population has declined 13% since 2010 and now sits at approximately 8,900 people. And I mean, I'm sure some of that is just movement with, oil companies or whatever, but that is a large statistic of people who have moved out since 2010. The 25 to 34 age group, the very workers businesses need most, represent one of the smallest population segments in our county. Without intervention, this trend accelerates as older residents retire and fewer young people remain to replace them. The cycle we're stuck in: young people leaving, jobs go unfilled, out-of-state workers arrive, local economy stagnates, and it repeats. And I've talked to a lot of people. There's a thought process here of that everyone wants their kids to go. I have kids, my oldest is 19, and then I have a 17-year-old, and I don't want them to go. I want them to stay. I think it's important to see what's outside of where you're from, but I think a lot of times the grass is, looks a lot greener. And there's a lot of opportunities right here in Wyoming, and I think that we are underselling ourselves. Wyoming is built for, it's on a growth trend. Wyoming is not a hard sell. The conditions for a strong, locally rooted economy already exist. What's missing is the connection between our young people and the opportunities that are right here. In Wyoming is the #1 entrepreneur state in the United States. 98.9% of Wyoming businesses are small businesses. There's 3,400-ish jobs that will be that opened up in 2023 and 2024. State income tax and corporate tax are 0. Wyoming is open for business. Highest entrepreneurship rate in the nation. No personal or corporate income tax. 120% increase in business applications in 2019 to 2022. And 65% of Wyoming workers are employed by small businesses. More than 2 job openings for every unemployed person in Wyoming. But survival without support is hard. 20% of small businesses fall in the first year, and 50% of small businesses close by 5 years. The lack of business knowledge is a leading cause for this failure. Rural communities face added challenges, fewer mentors, and less access to capital. Without a local workforce pipeline, growth starts to stall. The Chamber's role in breaking the cycle. Sublette County Chamber of Commerce is taking direct action on both ends of this challenge by connecting high school students to local careers before they leave and equipping adults with the skills to build and sustain local businesses. We are investing in Wyoming's growing economy, one that creates real reasons for our people to stay, build careers, and raise their families here. We have a Jumpstart program, and that is actually starting tomorrow. It's for adult entrepreneurship program. It's a free 8-week course held at Sublette BOCES, covering the essentials of starting and running a small business. It's designed for adults at any stage, whether they have a new idea or an existing business that they want to strengthen. It's a 6-part class series covering key small business topics. Graduates compete for seed funding. So if you attend all of the classes, there is a competition at the end. You get to present your idea and your business plan, and the winner receives $5,000 and second place is $2,500. And there's several businesses around town that have competed in this program in the past and are still here. Cafe on Fourth, Phaser, and who's the other one that Local Books. She does our books. But, and then we have a quote here from Aaron, and he completed the Jumpstart class. The Jumpstart class was the best thing my partner and I did when starting our company. It helped us build our business plan, get organized, secure funding, and establish our LLC. I would recommend it to anyone thinking of starting a business, and I would love to see it continue so others are afforded the same opportunity. And the other program we're running is called Pathways. It's a youth workforce and career exploration program, and it's for high school students in Sublette County. Students complete a work preparedness class at Sublette BOCES. And this just teaches them how to write a resume, how to answer a phone, like etiquette, business etiquette, how to dress professionally. And then they are paired with a paid summer internship in a field they are most interested in. The goal is to show Sublette County students that there are careers they want that exist right here at home. Internship opportunities across local trades and industries, healthcare, energy, welding, mechanics, and more. We have 2 that we've worked with the hospital. So there will be 1 internship in radiology and 1 in nursing, which, I mean, that's great opportunities for kids that are going to stay, but possibly just to have that opportunity to see if that's really something they want to invest in before they start college. The Blue Spruce dry piney helium plant, we are in the process of talking to them, seeing if we can get some kids out there. The chamber covers 40% of the internship wages so that businesses of any size can participate. Employers provide a job description and set a clear expectation for students, and it's a 60-hour paid summer internship. And so it's $600 and we pay 40 of that. An invitation to invest in something bigger. The Sublette County Chamber of Commerce is not just running programs. We are building a vision, a Sublette County where our young people see a future here, where locals start businesses, fill jobs, and raise their families in a community they grew up in, where economic growth is driven by the people who belong here, not by an endless cycle of importing talent from somewhere else. This vision is being driven by a volunteer board that gives thousands of hours, not because they have to, but because they believe in Sublette County. We are asking the Board of County Commissioners to share in that belief and become a partner in building it. We currently offer all chamber programs free, so they are accessible to everyone in our community, and that means these programs depend entirely on sponsorships to exist. Without continued support, we will not be able to keep them free forever. County investment directly funds this work on behalf of our constituents and helps us keep this promise. So to run Pathways would be for 20 internships. That would be $5,000, and that would be us paying the 40% of the 600. And none of the money that we get for these sponsorship goes to administration. I mean, I'm the only employee, but my wages are paid through membership. So this all just stays within the program. It's not being, partially branched out to pay administration's fee. And then we actually do have funding for Jumpstart this year through BOCES. But we still need $2,000 for that program. And that is to cover because next year we've applied for the grant again through BOCES and we had to drop it by 20%. That was just the ask of going back into that grant. So we will be losing money next year for that program. The chamber does one thing exceptionally well, and that's promotion. So if you decide to be a part of this program, we will make sure and let everyone know in every forum that we have, whether it's a flyer, social media post, having you, I am on one of the midday shows on the radio station, having you guys on the midday show to talk about your contribution. We would make sure that everyone knew that the commissioners supported and funded this program because it's not really a donation, it's a demonstration of leadership. So the Sublette County Chamber of Commerce believes the strongest Wyoming economy is one built by Wyoming people. Jumpstart and Pathways are our commitment to this vision, creating the conditions for our residents to build careers, open businesses, and invest their future right here at home. Do you have any questions?
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
So we're here, but survival without support is hard. We've talked about 20% fail the first year, 50% is 5. So I've been around here quite a while. Sometimes I think too long. But I've watched a lot of small businesses start out. And usually the ones that make it are the ones who know they have to do the work, not hire somebody to go do it for them. And I think that's true in any small business, because if you're the only one that's invested in it, you're gonna work harder, you're gonna cut costs wherever you can to still perform, so to speak. And so I think that needs to be where you're putting on these classes. That needs, in my mind, that's number one priority, because if you're out there and you say, well, we're gonna start up this business, but we've got to have 2 or 3 people to help us. That's the first big drag on what you're trying to do, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree with you.
I've watched it happen in some counties, on both ends of the county, time after time. Mom and pop will get together, say, you ever been doing this, and then all of a sudden, well, we gotta have the kids help us, we've gotta have this and that. Pretty soon, the 2-man or 2-person operation, usually there's 5 or 6, and it just can't sustain itself. So it takes a while to generate what you've got to do to make it viable, and that, to me, that's very important, to be able to start and go minimum help. That's you, and today's it's just worse than it would have been when my youth 25 years ago. I've had said that time. But in reality, that's what I've seen the way.
I agree with you, and I think no one's ever going to care about your business the way that you do. So, you know, if you're not going to invest in it, nobody else is going to either.
That's just an important thing. That's why I should use it, not just to find that hole, so that if you, I mean, you look at the coffee shops that are down here.
Absolutely, especially drive-through coffee.
Yeah, and so, I don't know at the end of the day, it's for them, but I tell you, whenever I got into find it, I'm going to here to come in. No, folks, that. Well, their whole end is not much, and I suspect the end's going to submit. There's about my way.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else?
Questions, comments?
Well, I really appreciate you giving us this time, and, I hope that you decide to invest in us, because we are definitely here to invest in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sage, is that right?
Sage.
Sage.
Yeah.
Thank
Hello, Brad, in case public showed up and needed handouts, the Brett those as well from the ones that are attached. Good afternoon, Chairman Bernard and Commissioners. Thank you for the time and opportunity to speak. I'm Sage Price. I serve as the Sublette County Chamber of Commerce President. I thank you for putting us on the agenda today. I just wanted to, as the petition for the proposed 1% sales tax increase, I wanted to give the public the opportunity to speak with the officials. We've had town council meetings, both in Pinedale and over here in Marlton. And so I just wanted to give, if any of the public wanted to speak or anyone had concerns, that they would be able to bring them to those who are going to be making the decisions and spending the money. If it gets onto the petition or onto the ballot and then voted in. So, I've attached some handouts that just kind of overview of it. Again, a sales tax chart that shows what other counties in the state are paying. So I don't know if we want to kind of do a quick overview or if we just want to jump into questions, if there are any.
Being asked questions or are we asking?
Both, if you have questions, and again, a lot of it, so the attachments, one attachment was the handout that you all provided at the meeting when it was sent to a petition. And then an overview, just kind of that has been put together of what the fifth penny is. And then the sales tax chart for the state, as well as the town of Pinedale provided kind of where the spending power is, where from 2016 until 2026, and showing that the town of Pinedale's spending power has decreased. So.
Commissioner Bradley, have a question for you, please?
For the petition that was going around, were you guys the sponsor of that, or what's the story on that petition? I haven't seen or heard anything on it.
So we do, because the chamber is a 501c6, we have, instead of a lot of nonprofits or 501c3s, and because of our 501c6 business designation, we have a representing interest of the local businesses and community that affect the broader economic impact. So the chamber is one of the only organizations that can put out the petition and hold meetings about it. So
So to begin with, I saw it around in a few places. I don't see it.
yep, it's still in the same, yep, they're still in the same places. So there's one at Pinedale Town Hall. I personally have them on me at all times. There's one over at the rec center in over here in Big Piney, and there's one at Big Piney Town Hall as well. We're over half. So it has to be done by the end of April to get onto the ballot for August 19th. And so we have not set up like at Ridley's or anything like that. We've kind of tried to not be super invasive with it, but we do have over half the signatures.
Give us the feedback that you're typically receiving in regards to what.
A lot of the questions are with the industrial impact funding coming in, why the residents should bear the cost of it with the increased funding. And so explaining that that is from Cheyenne, that if we are to receive the impact funding from the Blue Spruce project, that there has to be the fifth penny enacted, that's not something that the commissioners came up with. That's not something that the town councils came up with. It's not something that the public came up with. That is the stipulation to receive the funding out of Cheyenne. And so we're just letting the public know that if we want to receive this impact funding, that it has to be, the fifth penny has to be enacted. One of the big questions is what happens if a large project changes or does not fully materialize? And so I guess that's one question from you all is what if the impact funding, if the fifth penny is passed and for some reason the Blue Spruce project does not go through, what happens with that impact funding awarded from the state?
I don't believe there's any correlation of 1% tax fighting portion and the additional penny tax are independent of each other. The project fails, 1% continues until the 4 years. It comes up for being voted.
So what happens if the impact funding is awarded over 20 payments over 3 years? Is that correct?
Correct.
So what happens if halfway through something happens with the project? What happens to the impact funds?
I would presume that there's a project, the funding money that's not that, coincide with what you find, Clay.
Mr. Chairman, yes, so that is my understanding, is that if the project, if construction on the project were to cease, then the funding would also cease in that circumstance. However, it is DEQ's position or position that is a very low risk. That projects of this scale generally do not stop midstream.
And the additional 1%.
Would continue for the 4 years. So that's another question is or another statement that we've been hearing a lot is it starts with 5% and then pretty soon it's 6 or 7%. And really the understanding that there is a sunset clause in the initiative or with the fifth penny, that it lasts for 4 years. And after that, it has to go back on and be voted by the citizens again. It doesn't roll over. So.
Renewal and had nothing to do with any additional percentage of taxes. Those would be an individual, ballot initiative.
And then the last one is, how do the communities, so Big Piney, Marvelton, the county, Pinedale, the towns, how do you, if it's passed and there's an increase of the sales tax, if it does not pass again in 4 years, how do you balance your budgets again? Once you've had the money and then it potentially goes away, how are you going to balance your budgets and what?
Just do budget cutbacks. Or we can take a look at the budget process like we'll be going through in the next couple of months. That some of the money increases, you go through and make sure that expenditures don't exceed your income, and if the income's greater, then you can have more expenditures, if that makes sense.
And then also the understanding that it goes into the general fund and it cannot be earmarked or anything like that. I think that's been a big misconception. And so the funds do have to go into a general fund, and from there, and again, in the commissioner's handout from the meeting where it was sent to the petition, it outlines what the counties are looking at and what the municipalities are looking at using it for.
And you're talking about the citing money or the 1%?
The citing money.
Sure, the citing money was determined by individual entities within the county establishing the percentage overall attributed to the different departments. And from with that, they created their own budget as far as what they were. That's what comes with the activity. That answer your question?
It does, yep, and again, this is for kind of the public to be able to ask questions as well, and if anyone has, and just to get the answers, the Chamber of Commerce is putting the information out there, but we're not making the decisions where it's funding, so we want to make sure that we're giving those elected officials that are making the decisions regarding the funds, the chance to answer the questions and have the discussions.
Are there any online questions, Haley?
I don't see any hands.
Pardon me?
I don't see any hands.
Thank you for the chance.
You're welcome.
Do any of you have any questions or anything that I can answer?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just make a little comment.
Yeah.
So up here on the first presentation, it says the opportunity wanting this vote for this. The income tax or corporate tax. Zero. So that in itself brings companies into the state. And we're gonna bump up
another penny tax on the established business now from around the country that are significant contributors. Our economy, we see it. The additional 1 cent, we make that step back and say, maybe we need to address something different so that when the county passes this 1 cent, rather than us having to pay 5 cents in the county, we may go someplace else to do our thing. So that's part of what, in my opinion, scares me. And the second thing is, I've known a lot of people, time in the state of Wyoming. Invariably, you put a penny tax on it. Next thing you gotta do is put 2 pennies on it, and 1 penny's not enough. They don't believe it. They involve projects that unless this extra tax is on, they don't get them completed. And so you get something started, you've got to complete it. Good, bad, or indifferent, then the fear factor is out there, well, we've already invested all this. We may as well do it again, and so instead of, in my opinion, in a year or 2 or in 4 years, case of the biggest thing, 4 cents here, we could conceivably look at 6 or maybe more. Yes. Has a tendency to put me in a little bit of a, I don't know whether I want that. It's what they're doing here. I think what they, and I'm not certain who they is, okay, I think, and quite honestly, as an individual, I don't like the idea of another cent here. I mean, just so you know that, as a commissioner, I can't make a statement. So what it looks to me like is we're doing the old paid track system here. You guys go ahead and, you give us a cent, a penny, we get all this money. Well, it's not all this money. It's a significant amount for here, and here, but unless it's been changed, and here's the thing that is really bothersome. When we get so much money, but we don't get that so much money in one pot, it's over 20 months, unless they change that. And I don't think that has been changed. So you take an entity that says, yeah, we're gonna get $1 million, and let's divide that by 20, how much is all this stuff? Yeah. Got a project, we thought we could put $1 million towards it, but now we can't because we don't have that. So what do? We go to the county and say, hey guys, we know we're gonna get it, do you mind backfill? So we can get our project going. Those are the kind of things that make me a little bit apprehensive about something like this. I feel a whole lot better if all that money coming from the box and the entities that say, oh yeah, we've got it, now let's use it where we want it to go. But over time, unless you put it in a specific account, and let it go times the 20 that it's gonna be, and when you get used to it, and all of a sudden you say, well, I thought we had, well, we did, but you know what, we had to spend some here. Because that 1 cent, unless I'm missed the information, but I don't think I have it. That's not tied into a specific project. You can use it wherever you want. And so therein lies an issue. Over 20 months, a project that looks good today may not look that good. So why don't we take that money that we've got in 6 months, so, and move it over here so we can complete a little project we've got started. We didn't have money enough for. So the caveats to me are buyer beware, how's that sound? Because that's what I think we're getting ourselves set up for. And there's a lot of ways to make it look good, but there's just as many to not make it look good. And, you take folks on fixed income, it's a penny. That's not much. Well, if you've got a $900 a month income,
That penny over time is a big deal.
It can be, yes, and there's over 50 exemptions for it. It doesn't apply to prescriptions, groceries, fuel and diesel, or fuel and gasoline. There's over 50 exemptions that it doesn't apply to for the taxpayers. So, and yes, I agree that the 20 payments over the 3 years it's the impact fund, you do receive it, but that is a risk that is out there.
And Paul, so I think I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, because I heard it could be, but my understanding was the project now is not going to start until like October.
I don't know about that.
Anybody else?
I talked to him and they said it was still on plan for May. Yeah, but that, there was also a company that called, gave me some quotes. And I think that said they don't have to have anything ready until 27, so they said we do 8 years, so. I don't know.
It's one of those things that could become a show, and now you see it, now you don't.
Yeah.
And so that's the scary part, is if you get a community into these things and look around the state and see what they're gonna tell you. Yeah, we got this, we thought it was okay, now Park County put it out there, and then they took it back off, and then put it back, so there are reasons for that.
So it does happen, and there's only 2 counties in Wyoming that don't have it, Sublette County and Park County.
I don't mind being number 2.
Yeah. If that's what the voters want, yeah.
Well, there will be those who will tell you, oh, we're gonna get all the people traveling through the community, all the folks that are gonna stay there overnight, they're gonna spend. Well, they might for 2 or 3 months. But the other 9 months, they're gonna pick up the bill. We are, all of us, not just us, but each individual, so. So one cent, is not gonna, I don't think, personally, it's gonna make a big impact.
So one thing that I've learned in doing the research and having the meetings is that of the 4% sales tax, right now, 69% of it goes back to the state. And with the additional 1%, so the fifth penny, 99% of it stays within the county. So.
Takes a long time to build up much over 20 months. For me, as an individual, you for instance, hey, that's a great income. Well, when you're talking about municipalities in the county, you know, you say, okay, we're gonna start this project, we know the money's coming. And then by the time you get it there, the cost of living and everything else is increased to the point where, what you thought you had a lot to do. All of a sudden, maybe half, we need, so there we are. There's a lot of pitfalls in it, like even, you know, we've got companies, we've got individuals that move into this country because we don't have that extra penny. And so, in my mind, we passed this, many people obviously the rules argue. Why are we slapping those folks in the face that have supported us for years and years under 4 cents, now we're gonna stick them for them? Put another penny on and take more out, right? You know, every time you add something has to go away.
Something has to
show. And so I see this, you know, some companies are gonna say, well, this is gonna cost us another, like 50, 60,000 if we're big spenders. And now we're gonna offset that. Well, we're gonna take, pardon the expression, we're gonna take old Sam and his crew, and we're gonna let them go because that's about what it's costing us. Let them go. So that's, I didn't mean you personally, I just, them have to show up. But there's also pitfalls that it looks good, but isn't really.
Well, and that's why I think these discussions are so important, being able to ask those making the decisions on how to spend the money and what our budgets really are, having those discussions and being able to answer the questions that the voters have. And have the hard discussions about the money.
Yeah, well, it is, governments, including this county commission, always look at it, well, if we get this, we should be able to spend more. I mean, that's what government does. They take in money and they spend more than what they take in from the federal government, I don't know. Because they're not designed to make a profit. They're designed to help the citizenry. Citizenry make that happen by tax base. You get too much of a tax base to the city, say, well, wait a minute. That's all I'm saying. I've seen it happen. So, I'm through, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the patience.
More than welcome. Is there anything else that,
Are there any other online?
any online?
No.
Thank you.
Up next, we have monthly reports. We have, bonds, maybe yours.
Yeah, I got a motion to approve a shirt bond for Elizabeth Cheney for the recreation, so and recreation.
That's the only one. Good motion. Go ahead. In favor? Opposed? Motion passed. Next. Public comment. Anyone online, any comments or questions, please?
You have a vision with this, can we sign or do we?
What?
Do you have an original?
I'm not sure, probably. You can go ahead. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't have another copy here.
I presume that these are copies because they have some little spreadsheets on it.
Oh, just missing about
Anything from Layla Illaway, online, Emily, online, Haley, Rulon, online.
Nope.
Liquor license. It's in front of me, but there's no journey. Okay, got motion to approve 3 alcoholic beverage sales permit, 1 for the Eagle Bar for fairgrounds, 1 for Boulder Store for fairgrounds, and 1 for Boulder Store for the ski touring.
Okay, we have a motion on 3. Second. Discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? You don't have your sign. Don't have sign. And conflict to bring Vanessa.
Mr. Chairman, Clayton has an agreement that I printed and handed him to him this morning for the UW scholarship agreement. You did.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Say,
This is the agreement that we've been talking about for,
That's been since you was a child. Changed it out.
anyway, this is the agreement that we've been talking about for quite some time. We had sent a version of this to the University of Wyoming and we never got it back signed. And then they talked about some issues they had with the language that we had in it. So we've been trying to amend this for a very long time, but essentially this is the one where we lowered the GPA to get that funding that we had already sent to the University of Wyoming to be able to be used by more students. So Clayton has reviewed it. And if you guys are willing to sign that, we will get that one under our belt. That's what sounds like.
Scholarship qualifications.
It was to reduce them to get that. We had sent $25,000 a number of years ago, and I can't tell you now that we're this far in the game how much it's left, but they were not getting that distributed as quickly as you had hoped. And so we decided to lower that to the same agreement that we had with the other schools that you're funding on an invoicing basis. And while you guys review that, I got you your this year's Sublette County School District number 1 and 9 applicants for the UWS scholarship. That's the one that you can award 3 scholarships and across the entire county. And we will have that on the agenda for the April 7th meeting. So you've got some time to look at that. There was an additional one that came, and I'll use air quotes for those who can't see, came late. It was postmarked timely, but it was after I had prepared your packets. So there was one more from Sublette County School District number 1 that we received that was added later. So be sure to include that. It was in a separate envelope. If you have any questions about that, let me know.
Vanessa, on that, is that 3 new and 1 renewal?
One renewal, and I have the renewals, the applications. The renewal applications are due to me on March 30th, so you'll select that renewal at a later date. And those students who received it last year have all been notified that they are eligible to apply again, but only one of those 3 that you awarded last year is eligible for renewal.
Then do we pick 3 and 1 alternate?
You do pick 3 and 1 alternate on April 7th.
And if they don't qualify or haven't selected a university, they don't qualify. That's correct.
You could offer it to a student, and then if they don't qualify, the alternate could come in. We won't notify the alternate in advance that they've been selected as an alternate. We'll only notify if they become, and you could select more than 1 alternate. For instance, if you chose 2 out of 3 students who hadn't selected their school or hadn't notified you in their letters at least that they had selected a Wyoming school, and then you later found out that they didn't select a Wyoming school, you could have a couple of alternates that you then fall back on.
This funding is from the state, right?
It is managed by the University of Wyoming for any community college or university. And I specifically asked because one of the questions that you'll see in your packet was about someone who was going for a specific coursework to one of the colleges. And I asked if that was acceptable, and they said as long as they're a full-time student at one of those colleges. So you have that listed. You have that email in your packet that shows which schools are eligible.
Need a motion to approve this one.
Please.
I make a motion to approve the University of Wyoming Foundation scholarship agreement between Sublette County and.
Second. Have a motion and a second by Commissioner Sue. Any discussion, questions in this regard? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Could I ask a question? Is it 10 minutes? Yeah. What? Scholarship question.
had anything to do, are we stopping the vote on this? Is,
No.
okay, great, thank you.
Oh, you're fine, that's fine. Oh. Is there a reason that this commission cannot design their own scholarship funding? Is there a law against that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery, the issue in the past when we did have our own design was that the board was not basing it on financial need. In the last body of the board, it was decided that you guys didn't want to be looking at financial information. Perhaps that's changed now and that could be a topic of discussion. But the only way you can award county tax dollars is for financial need. Therefore, you would need to be reviewing people's financial information. And that's the reason that the prior Board of County Commissioners decided we would rather the institutions themselves review that through the FAFSA and then notify us of qualifying students. That way you're not looking at your neighbor's income information, for instance.
Well, the reason I asked the kind of that question is because for whatever reason, for the last however many years, I don't know, this scholarship has been
It's not mandated how many you award to any school district. It's only mandated that you only award 3 inside the county boundaries. So you can and have in the past switched it 2 and 1. Sometimes you've just based it on the applications themselves without regard to which school district they are in. Theoretically, we have 3 high schools. We have Skyline, Pinedale High School, and Big Piney High School. Skyline, if there are any applicants, I can't tell you the answer to this, but if there are any applicants from Skyline, they would be in the school district number 1 packet that you received. But should you want to equally diversify it by high school, you could 1, 1, and 1.
Well, I read through the package last night till, what they tell you, 1 o'clock.
Oh, no, did you think it was today?
I was thinking it was for today.
Oh, no.
When I looked at those, because I know a lot of those kids, I know the family background and that's everything. I'm thinking, you know, if there was a way the county could do it, if it's on a financial need, there's probably, from what I read and what I know, probably half a dozen of those kids. Some of them are gonna have scholarships, they don't know how to spend it all. And their family, take care of anything. So I'd like to be able to do it based on the fact of financial need. It'd be pretty easy for me to get 2 or 3 from every school.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery, as long as they're going to a Wyoming college, you sort of do that. So we have advised all of the colleges in Wyoming that, you know, in past budget years, of course, it's up for discussion each budget year, but that you have funded a line item for scholarships and that they can review their enrollment based on the student has to have graduated within the last 5 years from a Sublette County high school. They have to maintain full-time enrollment. They have to have, I think, a 2.5 GPA. And I think that's it. And if they have students that meet those criteria and also meet the financial eligibility requirement, then they invoice us and we send a payment to that school for them. So you aren't making that decision, but it is occurring as long as you fund that in your budget.
Well, it's always, you know, we talk about, we just heard that discussion here today about keeping the youth here, et cetera, et cetera. And if we can't invest in the youth, then we're gonna spend millions and millions of dollars on stuff, okay? And we're looking at not very much comparatively so to send some of these kids out there. Seems like a great investment to me, whereas some of the other stuff we do, they're adding like that, and we do it anyway.
So there's two different scholarships we're talking about, right? So you
Yeah.
got one that's the county commissioner, that's the
Yeah.
Blackburn, that the state requires us to do. So in theory, like what Jeanette said, every one of those kids that are on that list, every one of them can still get a scholarship from us. They just have to apply through one of the Wyoming schools. We already fund that school, so they can get it. So everybody on that list, in theory, can go to the University of Wyoming and or any other nonprofit school within the state of Wyoming and get funding from us that we fund every budget year. So they can also get a scholarship from us, and we're already still financing that line item, like Jeanette said, they'll still have that opportunity. We're just not making the decision. We made the decision that every one of them can get a scholarship. You just have to go to one of the colleges within the state of Wyoming, and you have to apply for it. Does that make sense?
Well, that does make sense, but I'll tell you what, I'll bet you most of the kids that applied for this scholarship, wherever it's at, Jason, don't understand that.
Mr.
We tried to do a lot of education with the schools and on that, and that's been over there and talk to them and make sure that we are telling these guidance counselors that this is an option, this is the way we funded it, and this is how we're doing it, please apply.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Pickering, that is absolutely correct. The difficulty is they're applying for scholarships right now, but you have not yet funded next year's budget. So there's this time frame in which I can't with assurity say the commissioners have funded this budget line item. Tell your students to go to their financial aid department in their school when they start, because I don't know that you're going to fund that budget line item. And one more point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, is that this does not, what you'll be deciding next week or next meeting does not have any financial requirement. This is whatever your determining factors are according to statute. You know, there are some statutory requirements.
So I think what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong. So this could be a budget transfer. We do it for everything else.
Well, we already have a lot of money in that. I want to say you funded that budget line item at about $45,000 for this fiscal year. And I know we've paid some to Casper College because they were the ones who initially didn't do it, but they have, I can't tell you for sure which organizations have contacted us and said, yes, we have students that meet these qualifications, but it has been used during this fiscal year by students.
There's still quite a bit left in that budget line item.
If you wanted to, as we say, carry it over to the next year, but there's been some issue with carryovers too, so. But yes, there is, you could theoretically not add any to the required mill levy because it would still be in our cash available. And we could do it at the amount that's remaining at the end of this year if you wanted to do that.
And then that document that we just signed with the partnership is, we said, hey, University of Wyoming, you're not, we don't feel like all our kids are having access to that. We want to drop the requirements that we put on it before, download it on GPA. So more of Sublette County kids can have access to that. So we just signed another document encouraging more kids to be eligible for that funding, because like Jeanette said, we aren't using up all of that line item funding, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense, but like I say, when I read through those things, I'm thinking there were 3 or 4 or 5 kids in Pineville, and for sure 2 or 3 down here in my mind, knowing some of the backgrounds and knowing the kids, they're gonna go to work if they have that extra little bit of opportunity. At least that's my take on it.
No, I agree with you. I think it sucks that we have to make that decision and we're statutorily required only for 3 kids. I think what we did in the background with our system, our program, Sublette County program, is way more beneficial to a lot more students, but statutorily required only to pick 3 kids that get the commissioner scholarship is what they call it, right?
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I can't imagine them not understanding how they could apply.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery, if they do have a financial need, it's almost certain that they're going to their financial aid office, and the financial aid department should be notifying them of this option.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Rickley, if I may, the practice of the organization when they are trying to do this is they're backfilling in, so they know which students apply. They know which students are from Sublette County.
Great. Next item.
Okay. Next to the podium, Mr. Chairman, is a box of dates of the county. You're welcome to take some out of that box. I have boxes for each of you if you want to get them distributed. You had mentioned distribution has been a problem in the past and that you wanted access to them so you can distribute them how you see fit. They are in the Suburban, and I believe the invoice was in your AP today.
And I think the County Roundup and you and other departments that have contributed did a tremendous job on it. Looks great. I think compliments. We have that. Doesn't go make sense.
It was mostly done, but thank you.
The compliment the Roundup for doing it, my gosh.
I wanted to let you know that we did receive confirmation of the closeout of the state and local fiscal recovery funds. That was basically COVID money, as most people say. That closeout is complete. Obviously, if they want to come back and look at your books, they can, but that is all available. I notified our auditor and Jessica Rice and Emily Parvasini that that closeout is complete, and I have those filed in my office should anybody want to look at those. And the auditor basically has all of it as well. It's all sent to him every year. After AP is done today, they will close the month for the last quarter. They'll close the last quarter essentially by closing the month. So we are back to the time of, on the next meeting, we can do those budget analysis things again that we said we were going to skip a quarter on. So if that is still the will of the board, we'll make that happen, probably in the same order unless somebody wants to change something. So on April 21st, it would be ICE Arena and Public Health. Everybody okay with that, or does anybody want to change it?
Just skip it, we'll get through this procurement policy, you're gonna see us enough, get through that.
I agree with that. I think, we get down to the end of the year, I mean, we're keeping track of the big spenders pretty tight. It's a big benefit that they come in and explain that, yeah, we spent 60% of our budget and we're 60% of the year, so. I think we're gonna have a lot more harder conversations when it comes to budget process.
I'll agree with that. We're gonna have some discussions with that. I would do a position.
I agree.
Just get it.
So what was the outcome? I'm sorry. Are we doing it or are we not doing it?
Postpone.
Okay. All right. I just gave you a little rundown on the website committee and what's happening there. If anybody has any questions, you can contact someone on the website committee or you can ask me. I may or may not know.
Other than me.
Other than
There
that,
was a question pertaining, I saw from someone here, the employee portal, making that work available.
okay, so we would need to talk about what needs to be included in the employee portal. The understanding I had was that that was to stop emails from being sent out. So I would suggest let's pull the employees and see if they will regularly go on there and be looking at it, or if it will mean we'll miss getting information to employees because they're having to go look for the information.
We sent an email Clayton saying that all information is available on the employee portal. Notification will no longer be emailed other than a update notification. Does that work?
Update notification, I'm sorry, I missed that part of the discussion. The employee portal is changing what?
Okay, so on an employee portal versus having email sent out from HR. If we put all the information into the employee online portal and send them update, saying new update in the portal, is that going to be sufficient or are we mandating email solicitation?
What information are we talking about?
Change, it's an employee portal, so they can go in and review their status, where they're at for hours, updates to HR policy, or changes in the federal law.
Mr. Chairman Clayton, it came up when something was sent that was required, I believe, by the federal government for a change to employment law or something. I don't know. Andrea sent something out recently. And she was required to notify every employee.
I think if we're, as long as we're meeting the, off the top of my head, then I would have to follow up with Andrea. But if it's requiring notification and we're providing notification, even if it directs to the portal or if it has the information contained in the notification, I would anticipate that we're good, but I would want to look into that.
And perhaps because of the size of our community, they're not mandated to do that. For a couple of things in that regard. So,
I'll make a note to follow up with Andrea and talk to her about it.
thank you.
We had the fourth and final, well, not final, but fourth of 4 forest collaborative meetings and got through the voting process. I had contacted Matt because he went to the 3rd meeting and I had the rundown of what we were going to be voting on. So I asked him in his opinion. We got through that process. So they are preparing a finalized document for that. They are also planning to have at least 2 meetings each year so that everything is kept up to date. The hope is that some of the things will help move projects forward and move funding forward for certain.
Was there anything they both on, wasn't
Everything that you had seen was voted on. There was one that had a person who voted 5. In other words, they could not live with that. So that one will have a written explanation as to why they couldn't live with whatever the topic was. And that will inform future meetings that result in hopefully action on the ground.
So where did this collaborative get started? Is this something Josie started or?
No, it started in 2017. The first collaborative was in 2017 and then again in 2021. And that is what has sort of shaped in large measure the Forest Service's 10-year vegetation plan. And the Forest Service is in the collaborative. So they too are voting. Many times they voted a 2, which essentially meant that they could live with it, but they couldn't wholeheartedly support it and their reasoning was that they don't envision having the resources to do it.
Oh, yeah.
But the hope is that by making it a priority and in the collaborative, it'll help funnel funds to some of these things. So we'll see. But in your report in the red, it talks about how the 10-year veg plan has been implemented last year, this year, and moving forward. So just as food for thought. That veg plan meeting is tomorrow. We're meeting in the Conservation District. The meeting's actually in Jackson, but we're doing it remotely from the Conservation District building. Oh, and
Okay.
tomorrow, Chairman, Commissioner Baker, you had asked about the gambling legislation. I don't know for sure if it's going to hit the priorities, but Tomorrow at 4 o'clock is your WCCA legislative recap. It's a virtual meeting where Jeremiah will go through all the legislation that passed and how it may or may not impact counties. So that would be a good one to attend. And then finally, we received information about the funding summit that the state of Wyoming puts on. A few years ago, it was the federal funding summit. They brought in federal agencies and local agencies and taught grant writing the first 2 days, and then talked specifically on the next 2 days about what federal grants were available. They've kind of pivoted off that, and it's just now the annual Wyoming funding summit, and they are doing a 4-day session again with interactive panels on days 3 and 4, not just federal agencies. Last year, when I got notified of this, I asked you if you wanted me to notify, if it was okay if I notified those departments that are applying for grants, and you authorized it last year. I don't know that anybody went, but this is a free event other than the room report. So would you like me to distribute this information to, for instance, fire, who does their own applications, public health, Road and Bridge does some of their own grant applications. Or
My mind, public health must be pretty good at it. Fire's gonna be changing now, won't have anybody there that's.
And Josie is applying for grants now. And right, actually in the process of renewing that Colorado River Sustainability Campaign, extending and renewing that, hopefully. So. But.
Yeah. It's beneficial for us, the smarter our employees are, and the more information that they know that there's possible grants out there. And the better, so I think getting training available, and this is a good one, should be all good up to. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Are there any other departments, Mr. Chairman, that you want me to send it to besides maybe those 3? Just send it out. Okay. All right. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Any questions?
Okay, so I've got one more thing. So the street talk, depending on how that can be. The street talk, like, word on the street. Yeah. The street talk has that the Forest Service is gonna start reconstructing the road up Green River. Has anybody else heard anything about that?
They're talking about it for 10 years.
I know.
Yeah, but they weren't gonna go to the right, they're going up over Union Pass.
This is both. They're gonna go 13 miles.
Yeah, last I heard, they only had enough funding to do.
For the Gulf Coast, $800,000.
Now, I think
They got more funding now?
they're gonna be part of Union Pass, and they're gonna go from the bridge 13 miles to the Green Lake.
I'll be sure.
Oh, I know, but I think it's definitely gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be shocked too.
People up there do what they want.
But they, have you heard if it's gonna be Schedule A, or are they gonna involve us, or are they gonna involve
Some outfit in New Mexico get to bid.
These federal route?
And two outfits in Jacksonville, most of the works.
Mr. Chairman, I believe, did Kate talk to you about some kind of a Schedule A project?
He said that there was a possibility that they had some Schedule A project for, by.
Is it Temple Creek?
Yeah, some stuff about the extending, and, as I served to have, their engineer do what Billy like to have in the past, and see. I mean, they can put that project together and bring it before us and decide whether they want to participate or not. Which if everyone remembers, Schedule A funding is like that reimbursed. We're just not tied to the federal restrictions on who does the work, how to.
The quality of it.
Or the quality of it.
Project.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, would the procurement policy affect that? Would we be? We should keep that in mind. If we'd be tying our own hands on something like that to get some of that work done.
Didn't understand the question, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I was just asking if the potential adoption, if we were to adopt the procurement plan or policy that was presented today, part of the advantage for the Forest Service of the county engaging in these Schedule A's is we don't have the same contracting requirements that they have. And I don't think we would be limiting ourselves extensively, but we would be limiting our ability to engage in those with our own procurement policy was the question.
I don't see any limitations on selecting a contractor for the procurement policy.
Do we select contractors for that, Sam, or do we do the work? I don't know the answer. I guess, yeah, like Skyline, we did select contractors for it.
Match funding would have lower. From
Engineering.
engineering to the forest service came back.
And come up with 10,000.
10 million, right?
I mean, 10.
And we could get 9 million and some changes, yeah.
That's it for me.
Any questions for Janessa? Online questions?
No hands.
I have an update from Haley Rulon. We'll be doing a presentation on the 23rd of this month at the Oak Seas Boardroom, I think, is where it's at, pertaining to the economic and future planning of the antelope migration route, along with Teton and Sweetwater County. It's one she had to do that. Is it a fishing? No, it's not. It's something that's been asked for by the government. I created a commission to explore the,
Whether we're being adopted or not?
well, he canceled the one that went to his desk earlier, and then he created a new commission to, create a new one.
We created a task force.
She's
Wins, the task force that's on it. The way I understand it, right, they asked for the counties to do a presentation on what the potential, changes with the antelope corridor and migration corridor would impact our current land use policy. Right, am I correct? That's what I understood.
It ties,
But the agreed for this last one, scratch is only being a public grant, it's not supposed to affect private grant. So that's been changed.
correct, no, but the discussion does have to encompass private land. And saying when it comes to the development of that, how do you treat the developer and what are what's the impact on that? But it deals mostly with, because our land is voluntary. You can't be mandated to do anything other than say, this is what we're looking at, kind of what we'd like to have in effect. And then it goes to public federal land, and that's where they'll have the basic rules they have now. Then they identify the bottlenecks where it comes to the crossing of roads and highways.
You know, my thoughts, I don't like the word volunteer put in there, right? So you take the mule deer, migration, executive order, and I think it was bullet point 4 says nothing in this order shall pertain to private land. As soon as you start adding that word voluntary, you're gonna have some of our constituents that are gonna read that and publicly shame people and come before us on what decisions that we're gonna be making and saying, well, they should volunteer for it because so-and-so down here did volunteer for it. And if they don't, that should be a reason for you guys to deny this rather than hardcore policy and or black and white rules that say, hey, this pertains here anytime. I don't like that being voluntary in there, but that's my thoughts.
Excellent point. Then of course we have the oil and gas portion coming up at the next meeting. Discussing that. That will get to the rest of the conversation.
I know the first go round before the governor said, look, I'm gonna form this committee and put it out to this committee to advise me on where we're gonna go with this. Said that nothing in that would pertain to existing development that's already happened. It would only pertain to new development outside of whatever bolt or sideboards that they put into that development. For example, I think Game and Fish several times had said the upper boat dock or the lower boat dock at Fremont Lake is a very big tension point. That executive order would say that there could never be any kind of development there. But there could be development within the boundaries of the Pinedale Anticline as soon as you step outside of the Pinedale Anticline, for example. And or anything that we got going to the south with Blue Spruce or anything else, there would have to be some discussions on what that would pertain to the animal migration board. So it's something we definitely need to keep an eye
I
on.
don't think our planning and zoning personally needs to be making this.
But no, they're just doing the presentation as far as how it ties to our comprehensive plan.
It's our chairman volunteered himself to be leading this. But he's gonna vacatingly do the presentation.
Actually, it's being led by Commissioner Roberts from Walker County.
Yeah, Rob Slaughter is the chairman of but you're the one representing us five.
Yeah.
And our thing, so good luck.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, does it also, I'm curious on the private land on this new plan, if they have to pull a state permit for whatever reason, are they suddenly subject to corridor regulations for
You bring up like, for
Like
example,
state
trails.
trails? Yeah. I don't know what the answer is on this one, newer version.
We're not that far.
But that's a great question, right? Because with the sage grouse, as soon as you have to, any private development, as soon as they have to pull a state permit, they're subject to buying credits with any disturbed, sage grouse habitat, which is a whole new ball of wax because the Pathfinder sold out. And, they're the only ones within the state of Wyoming that is a registered bank for those credits. And don't know how that's gonna work out with the new owners and how much land is dedicated on that Pathfinder. It's not already spoken for, tied up through some sort of credit process. Great questions, and I've asked, several Game and Fish people have yet to give an answer of where that banking system's gonna go and how it's gonna work with Pathfinder changes. And or anybody else that they have an end date. Well, then there's also the federally mandated revisit of the sage grouse stuff because they don't think state of Wyoming does a good enough job on protecting sage grouse. So there's also that coming down the pike.
Okay, we're at the end of the meeting. Is there any public comment or questions from online?
No hands.
Oh, business. We got that, Yes.
And so old business for you, please.
Yeah, I've got old and business. So. I think we ought to just completely scrap with the county involvement or anything at this stage of the game, let Parker create the bottle. Completely do away with it till really
take care of the existing river. You gotta put the fence back where it was originally fine, and not, and temporary fence needs to be shored up, or put it like that. I see that thing. I think perspective, you're still gonna be 200,000 or 300,000, and that engineering is gonna be another, who knows how much of it. I think I just have to use that money that we're gonna save by not doing it, put it someplace else if we need for it.
As I gathered from our last meeting, Billy said he had to rebuild a portion of it. He could handle that in his own budget.
But he doesn't have to build it. Go talk to the people down there. Go talk to the people down there, like, that use it all the time. Once the willows were gone,
Right, that's the word I got.
that took care of the issues.
Susie Nikovich was upset about it. We went in her at Ridley's in the last week, that wasn't going to be done.
But it is.
No, not, it's not looking for.
And folks, I think Billy's gonna move the road to.
Yeah, all the roads breaking there,
Colors in.
I say no. I think that, you know, the people that use it down there. Like now tell me, most of the time, except in summer travel, 4 or 5 cars a day, maybe. We'll pick up in the hunt season. But I don't know, that's my take on it. I just know I talked to a couple of the guys, said, in fact, they said, great job of not doing that. We don't need it there. Doesn't need it.
Does anyone want to, besides, Commissioner Vickery, do you want to bring it up at the next commissioners meeting and make a determination on?
You may already be out.
Well, this is exactly right, that could happen. You know. In that country down there, I'm not even gonna put farmers drop snow anywhere. It's prime to go get it done, then we're gonna be talking. I'll guarantee you, $100,000.
Would you like to call Billy and identify who's working on it? Bring it up at the next meeting, just putting it on the agenda. The determination.
I think we'll have enough information today. I'm not part of the project, never was. I mean, I've been on the road a lot. It's wide open, it's this road. And I just think we've got other roads in this county that probably.
We've heard about one of them, but here, not the county road yet, they want to. Well, that's all I have to do.
Tim, thoughts on it?
My thoughts is still, I'd like to have Billy here before we make a decision, like I said, I think, they sold him the bill for it. Said the engineering was already done. We're already paying those employees, so I don't know if I'd like to have Billy do his job.
Who states that, if that's engineering done, we can give them a lot of it. But I just don't think we need to be doing that. This country's gonna open up and you're gonna see really have a lot of stuff.
So if you be kind enough to contact Billy
We can do that. I don't want to be kind.
and then, pardon?
I don't have to be kind. I'm just calling him up and telling him we're gonna discuss it next meeting.
Okay.
And please don't get started now.
This is what we're saying, and would you put that on the schedule for next year? What other old business do you have? That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Any other? Great. Motion to adjourn. Mayor got anything? Thanks for coming.
It's so long since I saw you, didn't recognize.
Why I'm here tonight. I haven't had a chance to come by and sit in on this. And we did have about 15 people the other night at our informational meeting about the fifth inning, and so I just thought I'd stop in case there was any of those people come back. So we had a pretty good crowd. It was good and really good discussion.
And what was there? Are they 4 people on the ballot?
I think there's some of each. I think like the lady said, the chamber lady said, I think there was some good feedback for all of these and some worries, you know, about what happens in the future and and good information, knowledge about, you know, the sunset clause and where the money went. And it was even on the agenda, but for the impact of money, you know, that kind of got the ball rolling. So there was good conversation. It was good, I thought.
One other thing I think is, yeah. So, and I think it's great that we recognize like these kids here today. But I'm wondering, I think probably the Pinedale High School basketball boys were involved in I'm guessing it's never happened before, or overtime win for the consolation championship. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate maybe to invite everybody.
But if I may interject on that.
Yes.
Spoken with a couple of people in gymnastics specifically. Once we get outside of the state titles, we opened up teaching in awards.
That is a state title.
Pardon?
It is a state title.
Yeah, but it's not number one.
I couldn't hear you.
But it's not number one.
Right. They didn't place first, and that's what we're at. Well, fourth is fourth, it's not first.
And second is second, because if you started giving them
Well,
recognition.
let me tell you about being first, second, third, and fourth. It's who you are, how important it is just place. Here in T, first is not always past the G. There's a lot of kids excited about just getting someplace, participating in a local.
And you're on friendly ears, because we've had this conversation. I suggested the recognition for two skiers who placed number one at the state meet, but were not number one on points.
So what's happening with the two skiers?
You said no,
You said
because it
no.
wasn't a state championship.
Because they weren't points winners. They only won first at the state meet.
Okay, that was great. Then we have the women's hockey. They play state. They won state.
They won state.
Okay, so what about, so here we go. So we've got kids on the wrestling team. They didn't win the state as a group, but the individuals did.
And we recognized those last year.
Yeah, well, we've still got something coming up.
Yeah, last week.
So,
Last weekend, wrestling.
so you pull two or three out of the team, say, hey, you guys are good, the rest of them aren't, you second, third, and fourth.
Well, they placed individually a state title, which is different than a team title, where they wrestle in.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought it was pretty unique to go down there. I'm guessing there's no team ever with played for overtime. In this case, it was constellation. I'll tell you what, when you watch those kids, the excitement was clear through the roof. You can't tell me what was important.
No one ever said anything that it wasn't.
No, not. You already did it.
Seven, all in favor?
So we'll get into the voter turn bracket. Yeah, right. Yeah.
All of it.
Good.
Great.